Look out! It is RazörFist Arcade Live. We're getting Nightmare Arcade season kicked off early here with a little Lovecraftian jaunt into the depths, the briny, bubbling depths of the stinking city. And speaking of briny and bubbling, hello, Terringel.
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
I'm doing okay.
He's got moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. His asshole is bubbling right now. Fucking got a great
burn.
Got a great big raspberry on his neck. He's just shooting pus at the fucking animals. It's gross. All right, ladies and gents, this is the Sinking City. And the reason I'm playing this is basically I knew we weren't going to play it this year for Nightmare Arcade because we have a bunch of other games lined up. And so I figured, what the fuck? I always wanted to continue in this.
Yeah.
It was a fucking badass game when we played it. Was it last year or the year before?
Yeah, fuck. I think it was last year.
I think it was last year for the Sinking City. So we, ladies and gentlemen, are going to play a little more Sinking City. Hey, it's the spook season. You can never pack in too many horror games during Halloween season. It'd be nice if we still lived in a country and society that actually celebrated Halloween. But in our current fucking culture, I think when a stranger shows up at your door, you just reach for the buckshot and ask questions later. I think pretty much just kind of what's happened. Why do you think people don't celebrate Halloween anymore, Taryn?
I mean, do you want to go straight to blaming COVID, or are you talking about...
Dude, Halloween was dying long before COVID.
Honestly, I think people have just gotten lazy. They don't want to leave their houses. They're comfortable with their DoorDashes and Uber Eats, and they just want to stay in.
Yeah, Uber Eats and DoorDash have created an entire generation of shut-ins. Like, for real. I'm just straight up. All right, we're starting the game here. Here we go. He says as he drinks from a coffee that was delivered by DoorDash. No.
Yeah, he's just kidding. It was Uber Eats.
Oops, I forgot. Real quick. Let me
let's see how this sounds.
All right. And yes, I did buy this directly from the developers. So I did not support the shitbags who fucked over the devs.
Let's repeat that warning. We did it when we first streamed it. So the story
is that he doesn't like mayonnaise.
Short and sweet is the publishers fucked over the developers. The version of this game that you see everywhere else, including Steam, is the incorrect version. If you buy that version, you're supporting the publisher who fucked over the developer.
Yeah.
I believe, is it GOG or Planet Games or something? Anyway.
No, it's Games Planet.
Games Planet.
Even GOG supports the publisher.
Fuck.
So, which makes sense given fucking CD Projekt's asshole behavior. But no, every other version of this game except the one that you get from Games Planet does not support the devs. So
yeah, so if you want to pick up the game, get it from Games Planet.
The devs are Frogware, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
We're gonna pick up where we left off. I believe we had just we were just about to interrogate, or we had just interrogated the pirate captain, I believe, who's at the hospital, if I remember correctly. This game has such... first off, two great things about this game. The atmosphere, number one, first and foremost, and number two, fucking music is great. This is, for those who wonder, it's open world, adventure, investigation, little bit of third-person shooting, not the best, admittedly, third-person shooting. Definitely the most ambitious Frogware game that I've seen. You know, these are the guys who normally do the Sherlock Holmes games, right?
Yeah.
Which are increasingly butt-fucking shitty. I mean, they are god-awful. what is with the last like 3 Sherlock Holmes games?
Yeah,
they
he
were,
keeps getting
they
younger.
were on a roll, and then that shitty BBC series hit them like a Mack truck. And they were like, oh, fuck, Sherlock Holmes needs a faux hawk. He needs to dress like a goddamn svelte hipster. And now, like, literally, they're to the point where I am halfway to believing Sherlock Holmes and Watson are gonna be gay for each other in the next fucking game. I mean, seriously, they both look like fucking Jonas Brothers. It's fucking terrible. Get your shit together, Frogwares.
My favorite part about this game is that it's so in your face with the Lovecraft stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Like, every game or even movie, like, just teases it and teases it. Shadows, dreams, all that shit. No. Like, here, tentacle monsters, fishmen, here, have at it.
Yeah. Taryn loves his tentacles. We try not to dissect the Freudian underpinnings of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where do we start? The Patriot.
All right, so the way that you traverse, so you've got an open world here, and it's pretty big, actually, but you traverse it primarily because you're flooded, the city's flooded as fuck, the sinking city, folks. So kind of like Venice, but with a speedboat, you kind of have to traverse with your boat. You've got a harpoon on it, so I'm wondering if maybe there's a little boat combat later or something, but I'm not sure. So we're going to need to go to... We're going to have to check some hospitals, and there's a few... Oh, no, that's an asylum. You don't want to go anywhere near an asylum in a game like this. So let's go to the hospital, because apparently this... ship captain that we were supposed to talk to at the end of the last stream of the sinking city is he's injured, so he's probably going to be at a hospital.
Robo Guy, what are your thoughts on the movie Color Out of Space?
Oh, could you make sure no stuttering, blah blah blah? I tested and recorded, and we were good.
Oh, I'm looking at it. It seems smooth.
Okay, because I remember the last stream we did. Granted, it was on a totally different PC with a totally different setup. The last stream we got bad stuttering.
No.
By the way, fucking whoever sent that Colossus donation, you're an officer and a gentleman. We don't get that enough.
So Color Out of Space, I'm pretty sure he has not seen it.
Seen what?
Color Out of Space.
Oh, no. Just Colorado space?
Color Out of Space, Lovecraft movie. Nicolas Cage. It was okay.
I think I'm beached. I'm beached? Oh, okay. Not so much. All right.
It was okay, if a bit slow. And really, like, the last 10 minutes are the most interesting part of that movie. So...
There's a bunch of Lovecraft movies that are kind of subtly Lovecraftian.
What a shame.
Like, like he was saying earlier, Event Horizon is considered kind of a Lovecraft movie, a little bit, even though it's not in your face about it. Event Horizon, we watched that recently. It's still fucking boss. Still fucking boss.
Corvus Vadim wants to know your thoughts on neo-noir.
I mean, neo-noir is just any noir that was made after the year 1960. And there's a lot of those. Blade Runner is a neo-noir. Farewell, My Lovely with Robert Mitchum is a neo-noir, and so on. And some of them are really good. Chinatown is a neo-noir. So I have no problem with neo-noir. It's really, the question is the approach and how it's executed. And I think a lot of neo-noir is not executed particularly well. Right? A lot of it is, sadly, we get a lot more The Black Dahlia than we do LA Confidential. Which is unfortunate.
Mithrin, speaking of Lovecraft, Conan Exiles added tons more Lovecraftian tentacle and fish monsters. Yeah, they keep adding to that game, which is good.
They should have waited and added that to the Solomon Kane game they're developing. Which they already confirmed not long ago, by the way. For my fellow Puritan heathen slayers.
Virgil, what's your take on Dutch Mantell? Sometimes he seems fairly reliable, and others he comes off as cornet light.
Yeah,
or,
a little
stooge.
bit. A little bit. I think sometimes you have to understand. I think Russo has called this. Russo and Dutch Mantell are friends, by the way. They've never had a cross word, really. He's like a much more reasonable cornet. But you have to understand, I think he's right on this. People in the wrestling business, people in the wrestling business are in a bubble. It's the wrestling bubble.
Patient or visitor? Hold on.
Oh, what a fierce mustache!
Though you are a bit pale, you don't have a headache.
I'm pale.
The usual. Nothing to write home about.
Ah, a chronic headache sufferer. Fascinating. By coincidence, I was studying Helminth and their role in illness before the flood. Did you know that all of us are infected by Helminth? Your headaches could indicate that they have infested your brain.
That's news to me, Doc.
You gonna start talking to me about how my humors are an ascendant?
May I suggest you...
Don't worry, guys. I'll tell him.
...in my experimental
What?
medical process?
Now that we're actually talking to someone, the voices are really low.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had the audio a little bit lower, so give me just a second. Is it, are you hearing it through the speakers, or are you hearing it actually through the...
I think it's the game volume.
Okay. Let me just turn that up a little. Yeah, I did turn it down quite a bit, so... And actually, I think I may have turned the game volume down itself, but... Let's, This game is not super loud, so I can probably chance turning it up a bit more than most games we play.
Court's adjourned.
What did he wants to use me as a fucking guinea pig? I'm gonna go with no.
Yeah.
I don't want any medical service out of this building.
I think I'll pass, Doc. I played lab rat in an asylum in Boston. Can't say it did a damn thing for me.
Oh, what a pity. It seems as though your brain is already too damaged by the Helminth for rational thought.
All right.
I'm looking for a man. Just checked in. Cut up pretty bad.
I've got a trauma unit full of patients like that, sir.
A lot of emo kids in town. But yeah, to sort of finish my thought, there's a wrestling bubble. I think how people first encounter the wrestling business shapes to a large degree how they view it from that point forward, and anything else is a perversion. You can definitely see that with the internet marks and shit who kind of jumped in over the last 2 decades when it was all about work rate and not so much about character and, you know, ratings and actually being relevant. And so I think Dutch Mantell is kind of a victim of that. He was introduced to sort of southern wrestling, and he's sort of still stuck there, just like Cornette.
Okay, this might ring a bell. My guy has a deep axe wound in his shoulder.
Sir, I really don't have time for rifling through paper.
Really? That wouldn't be
But
distinctive?
You're welcome to take a look at our archives if it means that much to you.
It looks like hard work in these conditions. You need a hand?
Well, yes, actually. But it may result in close contact with the wilds. Is that going to be a problem?
Wild beasts, those are basically monsters.
I'm prepared to face men and beasts alike. Count me in.
Ah, I can see it in your eyes. Well, I have taken
Your
it
great
upon
big
myself
droopy fish
to
eyes.
study.
It's like the Major always says.
Information is ammunition.
One concerns the multi-handed creatures, and the other, the vomiting humanoids.
Bulimics?
Those hideous wretches seem almost...
Supermodels, they're called.
But what could turn one into such a monstrosity?
Jim Bells, a patient of mine, was admitted to hospital with symptoms resembling cholera, but he turned into one of those things. Incredible. Here's the address. Find out what happened.
I wish I could grow a big curly mustache in this game.
What have you found out about the multi-handed beasts?
One of my patients saw them in his nightmares before the flood. I can't visit him, but he must know something. Here's his address.
Bye.
All right.
The new guy, any VR horror games planned this month?
We might. Oh, shit. That was a missed opportunity, bro.
What?
When we were doing this game, I got that Lovecraft VR game. So maybe we'll break that out as a surprise. It's a shorter one. So, like a lot of VR experiences. So
yeah.
Maybe we'll bust that out before one of the Nightmare Arcades. There's a really good Lovecraft VR thing.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
Dagon something?
Yeah.
Something like that. So maybe we'll bust that out. Because I've heard really good things. It's just like a lot of VR games, it's very short, so we couldn't make a whole stream around it.
It's an experience. The Patriot Heretic. How do you make time for your writing? Surprisingly difficult on my end, though not from a lack of trying. Long live the Iron Age.
Make time for my writing?
Yes.
I am kind of in a weird perpetual state of writing. When I think of a particular turn of phrase, the way my brain works is really weird. I'll be thinking of something else, and a good line, like splash of dialogue, or a good description or bit of prose will suddenly jump into my head. And so what I'll usually do is I have like a note file on my phone, and I'll just kind of write it down real quick. And those wind up being actual lines of dialogue, exchanges, stuff like that in the book itself. Some of the coolest stuff that, in my opinion, coolest stuff that I wrote in the first book was written that way. It just was something that kind of came to me randomly. And I did the same thing for the second book. So really, when I sit down and write, I'm sort of like it's sort of like laying tracks down before the train is rolling down. You know what I mean? Like I've already kind of got dialogue ahead that I know I want to get to, so I'm sort of filling in the gaps. And that and the fact that I outline the living shit out of my stories, it's sort of like connecting dots. It's less it's less intimidating in that sense. Okay, so I want patience. I want
real quick.
surgery?
Chelsera Bug, thank you for gifting 5 subs. That was very generous. If you got gifted a sub, say thank you.
Where am I at? Is it cover side? Where am I? What part of town? Okay, I am in cover side. Of course, the incident happened in Grimhaven Bay, so I might check that.
Gold, thank you for the 100 bits.
Patience.
Hey Razor, since Ukraine is beating Russia and proving that Russia has just been sitting on 30-year-old outdated equipment and not actually prepared for conventional warfare, can we finally slow down the military-industrial complex, or will McCain's ghost set off a nuke?
If you think Ukraine, and I am not sure, the information we're getting from both sides is so unreliable, I wouldn't want to make any prediction about which way that particular conflict is going to go anyways. But assuming all of those things were true, then if you think Ukraine, basically the open-air money laundering operation for Western elites, beating Russia, their fucking sworn and avowed enemy for how long now, is going to disembolden the the fucking military-industrial complex, I have a bridge in a swamp to sell you.
Asim says, I do the same, but with a private Discord server to write dialogue notes down.
Okay. Therapy, surgery, asylum, morgue.
Gabigan, thank you for the 210 bits.
Okay, it's definitely going to be... Patience is going to be one of them.
Who got reamed worse this week? The Dems in the debates or Terran under the bridge? Thank you.
I think the Cleveland Guardians, as we speak right now.
Chilis, I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Chilicera Bug, thank you for the additional 10 gifted subs.
Maybe...
That's extraordinarily generous. Thank you. Make sure you say thank you, guys.
Patience is definitely one. Period would have to be after the flood. Yeah, it would have to be after the flood. You can only combine 3 things. Oops. Damn it.
Iggy Thunders, $5 for one of my favorite Iced Earth songs.
There we go.
Salaman, how do you feel about Pathologic?
The game, I haven't played it. I do have it actually on Steam. I think Mercenary X gifted me that a while back. Thank you, sir, by the way. He fucking sent another game recently.
What?
But yeah, a crazy dude. Anyways, but thank you very much. But I haven't played it yet. It looks cool though. What about you, Taryn? Have you seen it played? Or?
I've seen it played. Spoonie streamed it once. It looks pretty interesting.
Okay. Wound, stitch, fracture, set, and bandage. No trace of infection. Okay, where is he? Where is the man?
Opinionated Junkie, thoughts on NWO splitting into 2 in WCW?
I thought at the very beginning it was actually really good. I think it refreshed the whole concept.
It's like the Major always says.
There he
Information
is.
is ammunition.
A conch shell Victrola. Are you seeing this shit?
Nice.
Made of Victrola out of a conch shell.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Spoonie was streaming MechWarrior 5 yesterday. Yeah, I saw.
But sorry, could you repeat that question real quick? I lost my train of thought.
How do you feel about Pathologic?
Is the one
Did I
after
read
that.
one after that? Oh, NWO splitting.
Oh
into
yeah,
2.
at the very beginning I thought, because the NWO had gotten so tired. You guys remember back in the day, NWO was everywhere, bro. You could go to Walmart and there was like a whole aisle of NWO shirts.
Oh yeah.
Which is one of the many ways you know wrestling ain't shit today, because the fucking wrestling aisle at Walmart is not even an aisle. It's like a rack. And nobody's in there getting anything. Dude, back in the day, you could walk into fucking Walmart and it was like 2 full aisles, and you could grab fucking Sting shirts, Rock shirts, fucking Stone Cold, blah blah. Like, it was just crazy. It was huge, right? Anyway, NWO got overwrought, and I think the Wolfpack initially, which was the NWO Red, kind of refreshed it for a bit, and then that got. I think just the writing and the story behind that wasn't really... And then that almost got kind of the same way the white and black NWO did, where everybody kind of joined, and it was unfortunate. And the other thing I didn't like was Sting got way too chatty. Same problem he had in WWE, same problem he had in TNA. Sting is better when he shuts the fuck up. It's kind of like Undertaker, less is more. And it sucks because Sting can cut a promo, right? Like, you almost don't want to take the microphone out of his hands, but he's more powerful when he doesn't have a mic in his hands. He's also got kind of a goofy voice. I've always thought that about Sting. I love Sting, but he's way better when he shuts up.
What happened to you, mister?
Pete, I
explosion. Fishing with
That would be the
dynamite.
captain.
Hurts talking.
Fishing with dynamite.
Fishing with dynamite, huh? You sure it wasn't from a fight in port? Maybe on a ship?
I'm sure.
Uh-huh.
Bye.
Let me rest.
Uh-huh.
Philbo Beggins. How are you making money without begging?
You're letting me loose?
Are you guys making fun of Boogie?
Underground Gamer.
Oh, here he is.
I guess
That's the captain. Oh, I'm looking around.
I didn't know CDPR would go woke.
Dude, did you guys forget all about that CD Projekt posting that GIF from fucking, was it Postal or one of those? With where he's pissing on the tombstone that's labeled games journalism. And then fucking they posted that and everyone was like, oh my god, I can't believe how base CD Projekt are. And I literally quote tweeted one of those retards and I was like, I give this 5 minutes before it's taken down and they apologize. And they're like, you don't understand, CD Projekt are... And almost before they finished spurging out at me, they had already taken it down and apologized. I have seen through CD Projekt since the very beginning. And suck my nuts, I was right.
Yeesh. What happened to your shoulder?
These motherfuckers take money from the Polish government. You think they're based?
Gun came out.
Fuck.
He clipped me good in the shoulder. Something I can help you with?
I'm just looking for someone. Captain Sanders.
Captain
I hear he's
Sanders.
chicken.
Never heard of him. I'm Joseph Willow.
Uh-huh.
You should probably look somewhere else.
You're letting me loose?
I enjoy the way you lie.
That's funny. The records say you were admitted for an axe wound, just like a certain Captain Sanders got in the port massacre. Spill.
Oh, to the depths with it. Who sent you?
I'm asking the questions here, pal.
I'm here about your car's extended
First,
warranty.
Tell me who you are.
Charles Reed, Private Eye. Throgmorton wants to know what happened to his lost expedition.
So Throgmorton came looking at last. I knew someone like you would find me sooner or later.
I think it'd be an understatement to say your expedition met with disaster.
There are things that should never be found, Mr. Reed. I only wish I'd known that then.
7 years ago.
The scientists, my crew, none of them deserved what happened to them.
Did you know Albert Throgmorton made it to shore?
Albert survived? Is he here?
No. He didn't make it. He's dead as the rest. Murdered in the port. But what about the others?
I don't know. My crew left them down there, underwater. I ordered a rescue attempt, but they threatened mutiny.
You've got a good reason for leaving the expedition to die, right?
Yeah, fuck him.
You weren't there. Day after day on that ship, it was a horror, Mr. Reed. We saw things. Not one of us dared
Tech
sleep.
ships on fire off
It
the
was
shoulder
an
of Orion.
expedition into cursed waters. Mark my words.
Tell me what happened on the last dive.
We had a system. The divers go down, then come up at a prearranged time. But not one surfaced that day. In the end, I sent a team to check.
Don't trust
They
China.
returned
China
without
is
me.
asshole.
But all were half mad with fear.
I was on the Titania before I came here.
To stop them from rioting. To save them from despair. After those dives, anyone would turn to drink.
So, the diving did a number on your crew. But what happened in the port?
I don't know.
Your move.
They were calm until we docked, and then they lost it. And many good men lost their lives.
And a couple of douchebags.
What were you looking for underwater?
The cause of all this. The stones, the flood, the monsters.
Why the Katrina levees
Scientists
broke.
found cracks on the seabed. They were working on some theory of how it connected to the madness.
The ocean floor splits open, and that means hysteria on land. Really?
We spent days over the cracks.
Us and Hunter Biden.
We heard things. Saw things looking back at us.
Could you take me out to where the last dive took place?
No. You can't follow them, Mr. Reed. It's suicide. Worse than suicide.
I'm a Navy diver, Captain. And with all due respect, I'm not afraid of boogeymen.
I don't care.
You're not? You've literally fought
I'm not taking you
monsters.
there. And
Take
besides,
your damn clothes off!
without proper equipment.
Do you know where I can get a good diving suit?
My men got theirs from a local factory. If you're that bullheaded, I'll write down the address.
Where's the logbook from the Titania?
Well, I had it with me, but I was all out of it by the time I got here. I remember the surgery ward. When I came round, my things were gone.
Get better soon.
Maybe ask a doctor or a nurse or something.
To finish up Underground Gamers Dono, I didn't know CDPR would go woke. I just wanted to fall in love with Pan Am's fat ass while being a cool cyberpunk edge runner, bro. They messed up the game, but the sequel will be a true RPG, won't it, bro?
Oh, my stomach. I ain't never eaten leeches ever again, no sir.
Jar of Mayo, what's your favorite Twilight Zone episode?
I don't know if I mean, I grew up watching Twilight Zone, but I can't remember a lot of them. What was the one where everyone was frozen? And the one guy was just walking around and he couldn't interact with anyone? He was like, I seem to remember he like hated being bothered by people or something like that. Or it's, man, last time I saw Twilight Zone regularly was as a kid.
Yeah, I never watched it seriously.
It was in reruns, yeah.
I was more of an Outer Limits kind of guy.
There's a cool Outer Limits channel on Pluto, I think. That's a cool coat. All right.
Alabaster Scarf. Wow, Joe Biden is so generous when he's surrounded by cameras for an obvious photo shoot. What a stand-up guy.
I know. It's like how he pardoned.
Court's adjourned.
It's like how he pardoned all the people who are locked up for marijuana crimes in federal prison. All negative 14 of them.
Be safe. We don't have any free beds left.
Okay. So it's not going to be here.
Lampshade. I take it you've been laughing at Overwatch 2's launch. It's like they looked at Fallout 76 launch and thought, we can do worse.
Yeah, right? Okay, where's a factory, huh?
MC Corleone, besides Decadent, 3 best and 3 worst UDO albums.
3 best, Time Bomb, Mean Machine, Thunderball. I like Thunderball a lot. Or, you know what? No. Maybe instead of Mean Machine, I would throw No Limits in there. I really like No Limits. 3 worst. Oh, fuck. Master Cuter. I like some of the songs on that album, but holy shit, Master Cuter was a cringy attempt to, like, get in on nu metal. Dominator wasn't the best. Like, that whole kind of period where he was trying to sound like almost industrial or something was not good. And then, is it Faceless World? Which was, like, straight up Udo trying to be hair metal, which was funny because didn't he leave Accept because he didn't want to be hair metal? Fucking retard. He's Udo. I love Udo, but he's always been such a hypocrite. He'll do like 5 interviews bashing Wolf Hoffman for selling out, and then he did Faceless World. Like, you fucking liar. The moment anybody flashed money at him, he was instantly sold out.
Primarch Vulcan, that Randy Johnson photography logo you shared on Twitter was truly hilarious.
Oh, it's genius. But yeah, I had no idea that he was doing photography for NFL now. He still shows up to D-backs games all the time. He's, he even does commentary.
Your move, creep.
He does commentary on Diamondbacks games all the time. Is that a ghoul? All right, so we're looking for... Okay. It's in Grimhaven Bay, so I need a fast travel.
Tronathon, thank you for the 20. I'm getting married next week, and Luminous Eyes by Haunt will be my walk-in music. Speaking of, which version of the song do you think is best? I prefer the First Pass EP version.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that one, actually. And Haunt is a great band. Actually, they, I forget what happened, if I used their music in a video or what the fuck happened there, but, the, Trevor Church of, Haunt actually commented on that video and was like, thanks for name dropping us or whatever the fuck, which was cool because I've been a fan of that band for a while.
Neverwhere, thank you for the 100 bits.
Fucking audio design in this game.
Hey Razor, any black metal recommendations for someone relatively new to the
man who handled
genre?
the problems in the port. Seemed like a sharp sleuth. Want to make something on the side?
Black metal recommendations for someone new to the genre?
Yeah.
I actually did a video on this. It was a little Metal Mythos mini, kind of. It was, top 6 black metal albums, something like that, like recommendations. And probably my recommendations would be about the same, but you know what? I'll modify it. I think the first 3 Bathory albums are mandatory. You gotta check those out. I do think Venom Black Metal is mandatory, and it is a black metal album. It's not just like a black and roll, whatever the fuck. It is a black metal album.
He says he has heard of bands like Venom, Darkthrone, Gorgoroth, and Devil Master.
Yeah. I would recommend Dissection, Storm of the Light's Bane. Emperor, the self-titled, and Wrath of the Tyrant. In the Nightside Eclipse. I'd recommend the self-titled Burzum album. I'd recommend... I mean, there's... shit. Mayhem. De Mysteriis Dom Satanas is, that's mandatory. There's a lot of stuff.
You pay, I work. What's the job?
Ah, a fellow businessman. I'm Vincent, but you can call me Vince. First task is to find the ship's log for the Pride.
Charles Reed. A few questions, if I may.
Sure.
What the fuck is with your complexion?
Why are you looking?
Maybe I'll tell you when the job is done.
In my line of work, you don't get far without appreciating the need for privacy. I understand. What can you tell me about the Pride? I'm gonna need somewhere to start.
Mostly rumors. The captain was an exemplary patriot.
Exemplary
Always had a
patriot.
flag with him. His last shipment may have been chemicals in metal barrels.
It could be resting on the seabed 1,000 miles away. What makes you think it can be found?
I wouldn't waste my money on you unless I had hope. Local drunkards say they saw the barge on the sunken road near the fish market.
Good. I'll check the place and bring you the Pride's ship log if it's still there. See you later.
Gold, thank you for the 100 bits. What do you think about Lee Zeldin's chances for governor in New York State? Latest polls have him down by 2 points. Might be the closest chance New York has had for a Republican governor in quite some time.
Yeah, that's the thing. Projections right now are that if Republican enthusiasm can remain either at the level that it's at right now, which has been anywhere between 3 and 6, +3 and +6, I mean. Really, the level that it needs to maintain is +4. And if that happens, most of the major Republican races, what the fuck? No thank you. Oh, this is a happy place. This is a place you want to be. But yeah, if it remains at around +4, then most of the key races, you know, you're probably going to see, here in Arizona, you're probably going to see Carrie Lake beat Hobbs. I think she's probably going to beat Katie Hobbs anyways. Blake Masters probably beats Mark Kelly at that point. And Herschel Walker probably wins his race, and so on. It's the key number at this point, statistically speaking, is +4. And Republicans have been pretty well outpacing that for some time. You have to remember, Republicans generally have an advantage in midterms because Democrat turnout falls in midterms. It just generally does. So the key to the Democrats is two things. Mark Kelly has been applying this, he's been taking an alternate route on this, and I'll explain that in a moment, but the main thing they need to do is depress Republican vote. That's their big avenue of attack. Mark Kelly has taken a different tack. He's trying to pretend to be a Republican. So he's actually selling himself.
Rocket launcher!
Godspeed, whoever sent that. It's time. He's actually selling himself to Republican voters. So he's taking the Kirsten Sinema, I guess until fucking 3 days ago, Tulsi Gabbard route of, basically packaging himself as a Republican. Did you see that, by the way? Tulsi Gabbard switched parties?
Yeah.
Which I'm actually not sure if that's smart. To be perfectly honest, I think she was better off because maybe she just got tired of waiting for the party to correct itself. But there has been a vacancy in the Democratic Party for a while for someone who is a little bit more of a blue dog and visible on some level. And you're seeing it's been successful with some people on the Democratic side, some of whom are in Arizona. Kirsten Sinema, for example, who's pretended to be that basically for a while. Tulsi Gabbard would have had it made if she had stayed in her own party and stayed on that kind of course. But I think maybe she had made too many enemies on her own side at this point, and probably a combination of that and being sick of waiting for her party to stop being batshit fucking insane.
Grant Ferris, Sodom or Marduk?
Sodom or Marduk? I love both bands. I really do, but I think Sodom have a better batting average. Okay, C. Smith Avenue between Levi Coffin Avenue and Deep Shore Road.
Nadra Sima, thank you for the $100. World War III, not worried. I have 1,000 cans of sardines in my pantry. God fucking speed.
What was it again? C. Smith.
And thank you again for that 100.
Thank you.
Torgo, attention Razor Force.
Smith. Are you guys seeing C. Smith? I'm not seeing C. Smith.
Merciful Fate US tour starts in 10 days with King Diamond on vocals.
There it is. There it is.
Do people really pay money to see this
There it
stuff?
is, right there. All right. Sorry, I had to sneeze. All right.
Crispy Bacon, thank you for subbing for 14 months.
Okay, I need to get to my boat over here.
Private Parts, thank you for subbing.
Where do I go? Around here? I really need to get the soundtrack for this game.
Tolkien fan. Thoughts about the band Rhapsody of Fire? P.S. Thank you for introducing me to Striper.
Oh, I talked about this last week on the stream. Somebody asked, I don't know if it was you, but I think Rhapsody of Fire is better now than they were before. For years, I thought they were the wimpiest fucking keyboard rock ever, but they have gotten a bit heavier of late. So I'm a bigger fan now than I was for many years. Oh, I don't have to take the boat.
Born Stellar, good evening, Razor Force. Found out that I'm going to be a father last week. Then we
Way
find
to
out.
procreate!
Then we find out we are 6 months in, and he will be here in January.
Oh my.
What a week!
Wow, how did your lady miss that?
I don't know. I just thought she was getting fat.
Oh my god. You know, did you ever I love this story. So in Seinfeld, the actress for Elaine got pregnant twice.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Over the course of the show, and they were gonna their solution for this was, so they did it once. She got pregnant one time, and they just kind of hid it the way that you do on sitcoms. She had pillows in front of her stomach, or she'd wear baggy clothes or whatever. The second time around, they were like, okay, this is getting ridiculous. We're going to write it into the show, only instead of you being pregnant, you're just going to get fat. And that was going to be the storyline. But she was so hormonal, like, it, seriously, she broke down in tears when she heard it. Because she... Now, of course, like, Julia Louis-Dreyfus is like, shit, that was a good idea. I should have done that. But, you know, at the time, all the hormones. That would have been fucking great, though. That's what they should have done. Okay, now it's...
She's fat!
Oh, what's over here?
Overkill, thank you for the $1. And
Whoa!
a pile of poop with a face.
Never waste bullets on these fucking things. Never. Alright, I need some, there we go. There we go.
Jar of mayo, biggest a-hole in movie and or music industry.
Biggest a-hole in movie and or Jared Leto would have to be up there. What a fucking clown. And he covers both of those strata, doesn't he?
The new guy, do you have any favorite Star Wars books other than Rogue Squadron, Heir to the Empire?
Yeah, one of my... I've recommended this before. I love Darth Maul Shadowhunter. I got that when it first came out. It's a cool fucking book. Whoa. Oh. I think this is the first time I've had to swim in this game. There is swimming in this game. I did not know it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Something... What is going on? Am I taking damage? Holy shit, what the fuck? Did you see that?
Yeah.
What the fuck was that?
Doesn't help that your character didn't react.
I guess you need the diving suit.
Sideburns. Request to rename Monkeypox the Ooh-Ooh-Ah-Ahs. No. Burning Love. What's your favorite Elvis
I'm
song
not trusting
or album?
my life to a rusty suit.
Oh, what'd he say?
Your character?
What? I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
Oh, what did I say? I thought you meant your character. What's your favorite Elvis song or album?
You're letting me loose?
I do like Hunka Hunka Burnin' Love, bitch. It's a great fucking song.
Spillane, what's your favorite Mickey Spillane story?
It might... Maybe the Girl Hunters? Okay.
Mage Leader. Ah, yes, my favorite Greek philosopher. Tentacles.
Yes.
Dread, thoughts on the art of Chris Weston.
A great fucking artist. I love Chris Weston. He started out in 2000 AD. He's done some shadow stuff. He's kind of Brian Boland-ish a little bit.
Thrash Head.
Should be good to go down about 100 meters in it. Okay, let's try wearing that outfit then. How do you equip it? Can you equip it? No? Can you not wear it in the... I figured you had to wear it down here. There's no apparent option to, so maybe I'm wrong.
What's your favorite Corzus album?
Oh gosh, I don't remember. The one from 2002 or 3, I forget what the fuck the name of it is, was really good.
Altlag, thank you for the 20. How apropos tonight's game is. Between shows attacking fans for not liking their shit and politicians saying democracy equals threat to democracy, I feel like I'm descending into madness.
You're going insane!
Mercenary X. Well, almost missed the stream. So, did you research the Act of 1871?
What?
You need to see that. Ulysses Grant betrayed us with that act.
I mean, Ulysses Grant betrayed us in a lot of ways. He's one of the most authoritarian presidents there ever was. The 1-2 punch of the civil... Oh.
From the great state of obesity!
The 1-2 punch of the Civil War and Reconstruction pretty much annihilated the universally acknowledged, by the Founding Fathers anyway, right of secession. There was, of course, an entire secession movement in New England that lasted 14 fucking years. It was debated for 14 fucking years. And there were many, many arguments levied over the course of those 14 years, and yet, not once from any public official was the actual right of secession ever challenged. But Lincoln comes along and suddenly, oh, you're not allowed to secede. It's an involuntary union. I should know. I was totally here at the founding of the country. Oh, wait, no, I wasn't. I'm just a shitbag from Illinois. Okay. So now where do I use this is the question. I have the diving suit. I guess I just go back to Sanders, maybe. Speaking of which,
Alex Seekman, what are your thoughts on PlayStation stars? It's Microsoft rewards, but worse. You have to spend $1,750 in order to get one free game.
next question. All right.
Nintendo Wii with Liz Truss being yet another globalist stooge for the U.S.
Okay, there we go.
I have to ask, why are the Tories so useless?
Oh, God. They're at least as bad as Republicans, probably worse. And now there's a whole controversy over, and any Brits out there will have to, extrapolate on this, because I haven't followed it super closely, but from what I understand, there's a huge controversy over, like, the budget or whatever, or monetary policy in Britain. Let's see here. Here we go. God, the art design. Beautiful.
Shlomo Bagelstein, what's the difference between a cow and 9/11?
A cow and 9/11?
Yes.
A cow can't be milked for 22 years?
Yeah, there you go. You got it.
I mean, you telegraphed that one a little bit.
Big McLarge Huge. Regarding Alex Jones, I could be wrong, but I think a defamation case requires that the accused knows that what they are saying is false for it to qualify as defamation. Is this accurate?
Yes, and more than that, beyond that, even if that weren't the case, one thing that is true is that you have to, if you sue for damages, you have to establish that you actually paid the amount that you're claiming in damages, or something approximating it. And yet, as Alex Jones's attorney correctly pointed out, in every trial, not a single receipt for any purchase or any cost or whatever was ever put forward before the court. So basically, they just interviewed the families who sobbed into their fucking hankies and said we had to move 12 times without ever actually proving it. So there were never any actual receipts. It was just he said, she said. It was more like she and she and she and she and she and she said and he said. Like, that's literally what happened. Man, we need to stop with these hearsay court cases in general. Not just Alex Jones, but just, God, that's how Bill Cosby got railroaded. This is just, our justice system is so fucked up. This is one of the reasons, one of the first political videos I ever, probably my first political video on my channel ever, was about the fucking courts. I truly, and I cannot emphasize this enough, truly, truly, truly despise our justice system. It is far and away the most corrupt branch of our government, which is really saying something. It is really saying something. When we will have justice when the judge can suffer the same consequences for an improper judgment, or the jury can suffer the same consequences for an improper judgment as the person accused. Because there's no skin in the game for them. And I really think structurally that's the problem with our legal system. Is there's really no consequence for mob justice. None. Other people have put it a slightly more colorful way.
I warned you. I warned you.
Okay, so... Perhaps I should go talk to Throgmorton?
Squeaks.
So I can't do anything with him.
Be
As
safe. We don't have any free beds left.
As Hank Hill, can you say, "Car so fast, I farred and shid my pants"?
No.
But thanks for the $5.
Yeah, thanks, bro.
Dragoon, what are some good alternatives to PayPal? Also, my plans to make a comic book or a sci-fi pulp in the future. Or, sorry, any plans to make a comic book or sci-fi pulp in the future.
Yeah, I don't know about PayPal. I do know that some of what people think PayPal has done is not really accurate. They're still shitbags, and I still don't trust PayPal. But some of what they've done is not, or what they're accused of having done isn't actually accurate.
What's that other one that starts with an S? Is it Stripe?
Stripe, yeah. That's a payment processor, I believe.
Oh.
Okay. So here we go. Let's look.
I don't know how reliable Cash App is. I think Cash App takes like a percentage or something. I've heard Subscribe Star is pretty good. Yeah.
But the last place he remembers is a surgery ward. At the last anchor point, the scientists discover. Okay.
Baines of Hammerstead, what's your favorite Halloween snack or candy food?
Probably. I mean, my favorite candy bar is a Zero bar, but you never get them. So it'd probably be a Snickers.
I like peanut butter cups.
No kidding. You put peanut butter on a doorknob, this dude will lick off.
I like peanut butter.
Okay, what about, maybe down in the basement?
Omega Blade, do you like Armored Core? And if so, what is your favorite game? We love Armored Core.
He's more of an Armored Core guy.
I put so much time into Armored Core Another Age.
Chairman Pooh's trying to wipe out all the Tiggers. Whatever shall we do?
That's right. Those Tiggers don't belong on our movie posters.
What?
Who's going to stop me? Not so fast. You fat dirty commie. I'm up and mad. It's time for some big iron.
What? Tigger is not an Arizona Ranger. Okay.
Holy shit.
Devil's Teeth? Okay. How long has that been in there?
Oh, we got it once before.
Did we?
Yeah.
I didn't hear it. Okay. Boat to Devil's Teeth. All right.
That came from Gaming Newfie. Thank you for the 100. Razör.
There we go. Okay, cool.
There's a possible spiritual successor to Breath of Fire games on Kickstarter.
Really?
It is named Tears of Magic by a Swedish game dev team called Good Old Pixel. About half funded. Very cool.
Interesting.
Thank you for letting us know, and thank you for the 100.
All right.
Copperhead Snake, based and Tigger pilled. I always pronounce Tigger with a hard R.
What?
Dwayne Cates, thank you for the raid.
Godspeed.
Denzel Jones, thank you for the raid.
We are, of course, simulcasting on Twitch if you want to head over there and do your thing. I don't know if you're more comfortable on Twitch or whatever. All right. Have you been getting the Twitch drops on Hunt Showdown?
Yes, I have.
I haven't been playing the game, though, because I'm so fucking repulsed by that goddamn beetle.
Creamy or chunky? Creamy. Ow, keep hitting my headphones on the mic.
Okay, so I've got that. All right, I'm thinking maybe I should do a side quest before I progress in the story. What do you think?
Yeah. Oh, so yeah, Armored Core 2, Another Age. I really liked Silent Line, was really good.
Old Church Road between Seven Oaks and Windheim. Okay. Old Church Road, so it's probably near the churches over here, right?
Justice served. COD.
Yeah! Okay.
Comstar Knight, thoughts on Catalyst removing Comstar as a faction from Battletech?
I've not been paying attention. Catalyst will have my attention when they apologize for what they did to Blaine Pardo in no uncertain terms and demonstrate that they're not pursuing a woke path. Until then, they don't get $1 of my money. They don't get promoted on my channel. I haven't bought a fucking thing from Catalyst since that occurred. And here's the thing. I don't have to. Battletech existed for fucking decades before Catalyst grabbed the fucking license. There's shitloads of product on the market that I can buy and enjoy. And nobody has to support Catalyst. That's why it was such a stupid decision. This isn't Warhammer, guys, where unless you have all the latest armies, you're technically not playing actual Warhammer, right? It's not like that. Battletech is fucking... You can grab a goddamn piece of cardboard and it's a mech. You can use that on your fucking table. So, yeah, I didn't pay attention to it, and they're not getting any promotion from me. That doesn't mean I won't talk about Battletech. That doesn't mean, whatever. But the new shit, fuck it. I also, I have to ask this question. Why would you follow the Ill Clan era?
Attention, Bidgerin workers.
Oops.
It's me, President Corn Pup. That Gummy Poo is a bad man, but I'm a bad man too. He works children to death in factories. I will save them and treat them good with my penis.
Oh no!
I'll
That's
read
not
that in a
good.
bit. Go ahead and finish your thought.
I don't know if I had one. No. The Ill Clan era. Why would you follow the Ill Clan era? Who started? Hey guys. Who fucking set the table for the Ill Clan era? Oh, that's right. Blaine Lee Pardo. He wrote 5 books in a row to set up the Ill Clan era. And then they fucking fired him.
9/11.
Why would you pay attention to it? Exactly, Norm. Why would you pay attention to it? The guy who set up the entire fucking era got fired. None of it. Now it's all fan fiction. What the fuck are you doing? All right. I can't find this. Okay. Place on map. Pin evidence, maybe? I don't know what that does. I don't know what pinning the evidence does. Central Salvation. Oh, I see. Near the Redemption Church. Okay. You know what? Let's just look for the Redemption Church on the map, and that'll probably help us.
Oh dear, Chairman Pooh is trying.
What is with you and the Winnie the Pooh notifications?
Whatever shall we do?
That's right. Those stickers don't belong on our movie.
Another one?
Who's going to stop me?
Oh my God. What have you done?
Not so fast. You fat dirty cummy. I'm up and mad. It's
Cummy?
time for some big iron.
It's really hard to get them to say commie, okay?
Is it really?
Yes.
Apparently. Those dirty commies are here.
Yeah, the goofy one's my favorite.
I think the University Street is where the church is. I think.
You're out of here! What?
Godspeed. God, you guys are on point with the fucking super chats and fucking donations.
Forgive me if I keep mispronouncing this, Chelicera. Thank you so much for the 200. What is your favorite iteration of Baxter Stockman? Comics, cartoons, heck, I'll even let the Tyler Perry one in play.
I like the 2003 Turtles one because it's so fucking morbid and horrible.
Oh yeah,
he's just losing one body part at a time. It's fucking brilliant. Yeah, that's probably mine. And I think the voice actor was the dad from Sister Sister. So that gives it some bonus points.
And thank you again for that 200. That's really generous. Let's go back over here to
The door won't budge.
viewer newest with the 100. Watching your Alex Jones video yesterday brought back memories of your Cosby video and your warning. If Cosby couldn't get a fair trial, what chance do we have?
Exactly.
The answer, sadly, is no. Stay strong and God fucking speed.
Godspeed. Yeah, that's the thing that bothers me the most. Guys, we need... And Nick Rakita made a good point about this, although it's a point I've made in the past. It's... Michael Jackson was convicted in the media. Bill Cosby was convicted in the media. One of the reasons Michael Jackson was able to prove his innocence was because his legal team made a very wise move early on in the case and got the judge to issue a gag order on the court proceedings. They were not aired. He didn't allow it to turn into the O.J. Simpson trial. The media tried to keep it that way, and it was, in many ways, it was even more hyped than the O.J. Simpson trial. But at the end of the day, I think Tom Mesereau made a very wise and circumspect decision there.
What a shame.
And that's probably why Michael Jackson actually got a fair trial. Cosby didn't. Cosby did not. And they issued a gag order in that case, but by then, Me Too was rolling, and it was trialed by media. That is not justice. If you think that Alex Jones is guilty, then nobody should want him to get a fair trial even more. And here's my argument. If you think he's guilty, then he needs a doubly fair trial. You need to show him absolute forbearance. Look at what's happening with Darrell Brooks, right? Darrell Brooks is making an absolute clown of himself, defending himself in court, saying he doesn't rectice that name and blah, blah, blah.
I'm not going to stand here and listen to you badmouth the greatest democracy the world has ever known.
But there's a reason for that. It's the same reason they let Ted Bundy defend himself. First off, you don't need to worry because he's going to make an ass of himself anyway. Ted Bundy actually had a legal education, so he actually was qualified to defend himself. And he still lost because optically it looked terrible. He was cross-examining the family of victims and shit of his, and so it looked awful, even though his legal defense actually wasn't half bad, and he wasn't half bad of a lawyer. But that's the thing. You have to show that level of deference because this person has essentially been convicted in the media already. So you need to be doubly, triply fucking sure that they're getting a fair trial. There was no attempt to get that in the Cosby case. There was no attempt to get that in the Alex Jones case. And here's why that's bad, even for people who think he's guilty. Their defenders and their supporters are now forever going to have an argument that court case can be overturned. And history shows that very, very often, when you allow mob justice to occur, the court case is overturned. The judgment is often overturned. Hell, look at Roe v. Wade. Look at Roe v. Wade. That was destined to be overturned. There was so much judicial impropriety in that case beyond the constitutional misinterpretation, right? There was so much impropriety in the sense that the plaintiff lied and admitted that they lied and that the entire case was based around their false testimony and false accusations. That was destined to be overturned. You better be minding your P's and Q's when you do these, and you better make sure that the person you're accusing gets as fair a fucking trial as humanly possible, or it's going to be overturned. So if you think Alex Jones is guilty of this, nobody needs to be louder about him getting a fair trial than you. And the left have lost the ability to understand that. The left used to be very, very smart in how they approach these kind of things. Not anymore. What's this? Returned to Earth. Huh? Whoa. Ah! Oh, you little bitch. What the fuck? What the? Oh, shit. Okay, I'm running. I gots to go. Holy moly.
I guess that's why that's barricaded.
Well, it's an infested area. You expect to encounter enemies in those areas.
Court's adjourned.
I think it's in here, actually. You know what? I'm going to take a boat around, and maybe I'll have a slightly easier time. It may be... A lot of the side quests are kind of like...
Leave anything for us?
Just bodies.
A lot of the side quests are for more intermediate difficulty.
Jegs Dino God. Oi, hello. I'm an acclaimed British comic book writer. Did you know everything is fascism except socialism? It's in my new comic about how God was the bad guy and Satan was good.
I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know who you're talking about. Nobody cares for the woods anymore. Isn't that literally what Swamp Thing is?
I mean...
Is that comic literally... It's a comic about how nobody cares for the woods anymore, written by Treebeard.
You know what? I'd never seen it like that before.
Ooh, rifle cartridge. Man, give me a rifle. Give me a fucking rifle. I need it.
Mercenary X. I need
Uses powerful cartridges. Okay, maybe I'll stick with the revolver for now, because...
I need F's in the chat for my childhood hero of Angela Lansbury. Well known, also known as Jessica Fletcher from Murder, She Wrote. 96 years old. My mom and me used to watch her show all the time. Yeah, rest in peace.
Whoa.
We're losing all the greats.
She lived to a ripe old age, though. You can't say she missed out.
Crossfire.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Shit. Okay, let's get... Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I forget, with all the, like, crafting and stuff in this game, can you, like, make Molotovs or something?
I don't know. I'm still pretty early. So...
Oh, can you cheese this?
I'm giving it a fucking whirl. Whoa! Oh, that's kind of cool. If you fall out of the boat, you can just swim. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here.
You're going insane.
I am going insane.
Crossfire. Great to be back in the Sinking City. Been playing a new game, Cultic, that has been on my radar for a while. Any upcoming games you are looking forward to?
I'm, gosh, on Monday, Plague Tale Requiem comes out. I'm looking forward to that quite a bit.
Yeah.
I actually have the... I pre-ordered the little Fancy Pants Collector's Edition. I'm not a pre-order game guy, you guys know that, but I wanted the statue. So that is why.
Yeah, I rarely pre-order games.
It's not smart. I've warned you guys against pre-ordering before. I'm not being a hypocrite about it. I just wanted the physical item that came.
I think I've pre-ordered a game once in the past 2 years, maybe 3.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, everyone pre-ordered games. I remember like 2007, 8, 9. You know, I would pre-order games quite frequently. I was stupid. It happens. But, was. What? What?
What?
I taste like the dreams of mad children.
Well,
Thank you, Mr. President. I smell like you know the thing.
Leg hairs.
Blonde hairs that turn leg in the sun.
Time, thank you for the 500 bits.
All right, yeah, so I think I'm not quite strong enough and don't quite have the arsenal to deal with that side quest just yet, so maybe we will progress in the plot. I was afraid that would happen.
Based on
the side quests are all over the place. Some of them are pretty easy, some are harder. That looks like more of a... You have to go into an area where there's a lot of combat, so I think I need, like, the shotgun or the rifle before I go do that.
Based on your thoughts about the judicial system, why do you think the Kyle Rittenhouse case actually turned out... I mean...
It was such an open-shut case of self-defense. By every prior legal precedent, he was innocent.
What?
It shouldn't... The real question is, why was it even a case? Everyone saw it.
No. Me too. I said
everyone saw it. It was a clear-cut case of self-defense. The fact that there was even a court case is evidence that our judicial system is busted. It was a completely political prosecution. And the politicians in that state, why in the fuck would you live in Minnesota, are the entire reason that happened. And look, I told you guys before, and I get shit for it every time I say it, but the Castle Doctrine was killed by the Byron Smith case. And you guys can think that he murdered those two kids. I say they had already broken into his house and taken guns, so he had to assume that they were armed. And he had every fucking right to kill them. And as they were writhing on the floor, he had every right to press his fucking gun to their temple and finish the fucking job, because it was his home and they entered and invaded his home while presumably armed. And you can suck my dick if you disagree. But that case was the reason Minnesota doesn't have Castle Doctrine anymore. And that case and the fact that the state won that and Byron Smith lost that is the reason you had the Rittenhouse case. And there are people, including Nick Rakita, who disagree with me about the Byron Smith case. And you're fucking wrong. And the fact that the Rittenhouse case even happened is evidence that I was right. Suck my dick. I'm going to go over real quick. I'm going to run over to this hotel. All right.
Gutter Mofo, thank you for subbing for 29 months.
Their argument was he parked his truck away from his house. Which...
What?
That was their argument. He parked his truck away from their house.
You're letting me loose?
Therefore, he was creating a burglar honey trap. And it's like... First
they
off,
robbed the house already.
No one put a gun to their temple and forced them to fucking rob his house. And second off, if you thought that thieves were going to come to your house, would you want to leave your truck there so they can break into that, you stupid fucks? The people who argue that that was fucking cold-blooded murder, motherfucker, you are the reason we are losing our defense rights. You are the reason we're losing Castle Doctrine. You have to be an absolutist about these things. This is one of the reasons this is why Ayn Rand hated libertarians and why Ayn Rand was right. You know, people think it was, she was bitter at Murray Rothbard because he stole some of her ideas and didn't give her credit and blah, blah. And there may have been an element of that, but really, the reason Ayn Rand hated libertarians was libertarians like Milton Friedman and fucking Murray Rothbard would make arguments like, well, this economic system or that economic system is inefficient. And Ayn Rand would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? These people want to steal your property, which is an act of aggression. Put a bullet in their head. You can't even have an argument with these people, right? As soon as people are discussing...
me, princess.
As soon as people are debating removing your personal agency and taking your fucking property, they have unpersoned themselves. They have committed an act of aggression against you. You know what I mean? At that point, like, they're your enemy. You can't have a debate with them. Why are you even wasting your time having a discussion with them? And the more time goes on, are you guys going to tell me Ayn Rand was wrong? She was dead right. The entire reason we're on this fucking slippery slope is because we entertained these douchebags for years and actually engaged in debates that we never should have engaged in. You can't compromise with these people. She was really right on that. And that's, I take that position on Castle Doctrine. I'm not even going to get out in the weeds. It was murder. It's Castle Doctrine. I'm not even going to have the discussion. He gets to defend his home. End of story. We're not going to sit here and have an ethical discussion. You're not going to take our fucking Castle Doctrine. You're not going to take my defense rights. No. All right. Okay, I think I have to draw. So this is the Mind Palace where you kind of connect to your clues and shit.
Chelicera Bug, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Thank you again for the 10 gifted subs. An additional 10 gifted subs.
Okay.
Remember, if you did get gifted a sub, say thank you. Health Potion Addict, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Just saying hello with a donut.
Yeah, this isn't right.
And hello.
Okay. Godspeed. All right.
Where did I leave off? Crossfire seen a game showcase called Realms Deep recently that included 2 games you have streamed, Blood West and Gloomwood.
Uh-huh.
Have you seen it? Any games that caught your eye?
No, I haven't. Okay, yeah, The Devil's Teeth.
By the way, Evil West came out.
Okay, so let's get on over there.
Evil West came out. We should co-op that at some point.
It's co-op?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay, let's fast travel over to Devil's Teeth.
John Q. Ghost. Pair character flying in the air with a red cape and a smile on his face. What? Thank you for the 10. Mercenary X. Now I have another reason to believe craziness is gonna get worse.
Court's adjourned.
Some guy probably high on drugs drove into my neighborhood, but he was running from the cops and didn't see the creek that is next to the entrance to my neighborhood and fell at least a good 20-foot drop.
Oh, I thought Ted Kennedy died a while ago.
He's alive and they had to get a crane. Jake's Dino God.
Got a visit from the honorable senator from Massachusetts.
It's not enough Alex Jones appeals and wins, which he will, because damn. We need to push for the prosecutors and judges to face charges and be disbarred.
Absolutely. If a jury succumbs to mob justice, if a jury succumbs, if they lie, as they so often do nowadays, to the lawyers and say that they're not apprised of a case, and then it turns out they are, they need the same penalty that the person who was falsely prosecuted got. That's the only way you're going to have justice. Otherwise, the justice system is going to be wielded as a weapon. If you falsely accuse someone, you should face penalties.
Oh, that's right. The release date was this month. They pushed it back 1 month. Evil West comes out the 10th of November, not October.
Really?
Yeah, so it's next month.
It's kind of a weird delay.
Yeah, by 1 month. I guess what? Something needing fixed or something? I don't know.
Bug squashing?
Yeah. Most likely.
Or maybe they just wanted a better release closer to Christmas.
A lot of shit is coming out in October. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, that might also have factored in. All right. Boy, this game has great atmosphere.
Yeah, it does. I read both of those. Mercenary X again. Gab now has Gab Pay as an alternative to PayPal.
Yeah, I know they've opened their own payment processor.
I've already signed up after PayPal's $2,500 fine for misinformation. I think they retracted that. I don't think that's a real thing. Screw this crap. I am going to detach it from my bank account.
I don't trust PayPal for shit, but I believe some of the things that people were saying was not true. She is shit-faced.
Roguetober. Oh, it's the 22nd of November. My bad. I thought it was the 10th.
Okay, let's get on over here.
What a shame.
Yeah, it is a shame.
Do I have, yeah, I've got healing. Get that 1911. Do I have, can I craft some rounds, or do I have, I don't have a whole lot of supplies, so I'll hold off for now.
Bruce Goldberg, are you planning to stream Scorn for Halloween? Well, oh, I got something. Hey, thank you again for this.
It is on Game Pass. I'm just saying.
That's some good sarsaparilla.
The door won't budge.
It is good sarsaparilla, though, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
He's having some Wyatt Earp sarsaparilla, folks.
Are you guys going to get yourself a console-sized NVIDIA RTX 4090? Have you seen this
I'm
size that
actually,
fucking thing?
yeah, I mean, the last couple generations I have bought, I don't see a reason to get a 40
Neither do I.
series. I really don't. The new features don't impress me that much. The AI shit, I think, is a buzzword at this point. I don't think it means much. The ray tracing still impresses me. It improves the actual performance of the games, and in addition to making them look better in some instances. So I like ray tracing, but I do not see the reason to get some graphics cards because of a goofy AI reconstruction gimmick. I don't see the reason to do that at all. So what am I supposed to pilot this fucking thing? What am I supposed to do here?
Yes, this is the Games Planet version of the game.
Uh-huh.
For those of you asking.
Oh, it's that. I see. It's that ship. This little speedboat.
Crossfire. That new TIG iron notification has me rolling on the floor. Any other notifications? Never mind.
Dude, we need some horror notifications. You better have some ready for Nightmare Arcade season.
No, I do. We had them
You
last
best.
I
Let's
can
get
make some new ones.
Let's get some Freddy in there. Got some. I'm just saying. Maybe some Puppet Master in there. Well, this is sufficiently bleak. All right, we're diving. This cannot end well. I wonder if that's a period-correct diving suit.
I'm pretty sure the 3 eye holes thing is just art.
Yeah, it's just steampunkiness.
This is gonna go well.
This is gonna go profoundly badly.
Time, thank you for the 105 bits.
Oh my god, I'm actually gonna play this. Okay. Okay, so I gather this'll take me back up to the surface. Oh boy. What is this?
This stone isn't natural. Could it be a statue?
How about some thing notifications? Maybe. I can make a few. Time, thank you for the 105 bits. This is why I asked about Kyle Rittenhouse, because everyone thought his case would be mob rule. Remember, they heard about people hounding the jury? Yeah.
Well, I mean, can you blame people for thinking that? Whether you think Chauvin did anything wrong or not, Chauvin's trial was mob rule. 100%. He got a mob trial. That was a straight-up Soviet-style show trial. And he didn't get anywhere near a fair judgment. So everyone expected that to happen to Kyle Rittenhouse. I don't blame people for thinking that at all. What the fuck?
Maybe don't get too close to that. What's the Solomon King quote? Mob justice is no justice. Hellraiser notifications? Oh, yeah. No tears, please. It's a waste of good suffering. Glow in the dark, tell us if you find the
daddy.
Tell us if you find the credibility of the judicial branch down there, Razor. Animate Acumen, Twitch may be having some issues tonight, so on YouTube. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Ambient space
Twitch
noise.
having issues? Now I've heard everything.
Don't break your back. Ambient space noise.
I wonder-
They'll kick you and they'll best you, and they tell you it's fair. But enough about Rittenhouse.
All right. I wonder where I need to. I wonder if I needed to like drop down there.
By the way, Doom 64 for Nightmare Arcade. We've got a list of games already.
I do have a copy of Doom 64.
Hey, yeah. Was that a gift too?
No, that's Game Pass.
Oh yeah. Boy, Game Pass is really good. I mean, who could possibly compare? Surely not Sony. I mean, they could
Aren't they
try.
like trying to
They
do
already
a
did.
shitty?
It's $100 for a whole year, and you don't download the games. It's basically PlayStation Now. You stream them.
PlayStation Now is so bad.
At least I think that's the case. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat.
Okay. All right. I see. I needed to drop.
Primarch
down
Vulcan.
here.
I did not miss anything. I was currently reading.
There's still flares down here?
Streamlabs. Now I'm going back to Super Chat. So, shush.
This is not good. Uh-oh, and I can't take, like, antipsychotics or whatever the fuck. Ooh, what's this?
You can download them and play them locally? Okay. As long as it's not PS3. Well.
Oh, hello.
9/11.
Now see, that's a bit of a mixed message. Does that mean that's true or false?
Whoa! What the fuck? What the hell? I'm going crazy. I think I'm gonna...
Worst stream ever.
Right? Whoa! What the fuck?
The scientists didn't even take their tools with them.
Maybe they were just trusting the science.
Gods lean over us. Gods crawl in us. Gods who have marked me as their aphid.
Okay.
What's this?
The suits are all cut up.
Zalmez, speaking of third-party BattleTech purchase, I got all of Blood of Karinsky, Twilight of the Clans, and 5 other books for $30.
A ritual knife and a cult sign. I think I better show Mr. Throgmorton. A ritual knife and a cult sign.
Huh.
I think I better show Mr. Throgmorton.
Okay, and there's nothing else to find here. What is that? Oh, I see. Need to take a picture.
Clayton Machine, thank you for the 20.
Information is ammunition.
The Chauvin trial was especially stupid, as anyone trained in the restraint he was using knows it is physically impossible to choke someone in that position. Let's say
Sancta be our eyes, eyes to see the distant stars.
Clayton Machine
Minnesota have wanted, I mean, they pushed this up the flagpole even before Floyd and so forth. They have wanted a federal police force for a while. Their political establishment in Minnesota has.
Hark, he comes.
And they saw an opportunity to push that. The shittier police officers are, the more likely we are to have a federal police force.
Beg you.
And the more they prosecute police officers, the shittier police officers get.
What happened?
Our eyes. First, second, third. Opened by the aura.
What?
You see much, yet do not see the splendid shell of the white virgin here sleeping.
I see a white virgin in front of me.
Give me a straight answer.
Nonsense. But it is meaning that is meaningless. Open yourself. Walk. Listen. Pray. Wake. You holy worm. Take his skin and skull for your home. Take my worship and grant your kindness. I pray you.
Okay. Oh. What the fuck?
A perfectly preserved artifact. Was it the focus of their worship?
Okay. Oh. Here we go. What is this?
We enter the temple the moment they take the key seal. Get ready to cut up their diving suits. Forget them. Get the seed and the seal now.
What about this?
Okay. What? It's shivering. This... no! Get away from me!
1776 will commence again.
Okay, I think it's a simple 1, 2, 3 from this side to that side. We'll see. You have to put them in sequence for those who don't know how this game works.
The moment they take the keys, forget them. Get the seed and the seal now.
It might be in reverse.
What? It's shivering. This... no! Get away from me!
Nope. Wrong.
1, 3, 2, maybe?
That doesn't make much sense, but I'll try. 1.
Clayton Machine.
To the temple the moment they take the keys.
The jaw and chest keeps the airway from being shut. If any officer actually killed Floyd, it would have been the fat ass on his back.
Now.
Okay. What?
Okay.
It's shivering.
Forget them. Get the seed and the seal now.
The
There we go.
expedition found an artifact that drove them mad. And then the Innsmouthers stole it and the professor in one go.
So they kidnapped the professor. Alrighty then.
We owe Alex Jones $1 billion for driving Piers Morgan back to the UK.
Now, if he could just do the same with James Corden.
Talek, what are your predictions for 2030 when all the baby boomers hit retirement age?
I mean, By then, we'll be sorting through the irradiated rubble. Believe me, retirement age will be the last thing on your mind. Huh.
Grand Inquisitor, what's the title of your intro song?
What?
And where can I find it? That's Electric Groove. Right?
No. Oh, no. On our streams?
Yeah. What's the song?
No, it's King of the Streets.
King of
by,
the Streets, yeah.
Razörhawk.
Electric Groove is the old one.
Yeah, what the fuck am I... Can I...
And Nightmare Arcade is...
Can you, like, set your camera on this? Like, what the fuck is it? There doesn't appear to be a way to do that.
Nightmare Arcade is Murder at the Arcade.
Alright, well... Alright, well, I gotta do the Mind Palace thing anyways.
Take a picture of the illuminated wall.
Oh! I'm retarded. I didn't even see that. Giant.
Yep, that's fucking Cthulhu, alright.
There we go. Got it. I didn't even see that over there.
It is dark.
Okay.
Thanks for streaming
Okay, now I got a decision to make. There are still survivors here. Do I bring them back? Because you have to remember that for those who missed the first stream that we did, I believe that stream is still up from last year. There's an infectious insanity. When certain people are around a large crowd of people, they go batshit insane. It's like watching CNN. So if I bring them back and save them, I might be unleashing a plague on the fucking city and making things worse.
You know what?
Or I can save them, and who knows?
Better safe than sorry.
Guys?
I hate
go ahead, Razor Force. Go ahead and vote. 1 or 2. 1 is save, 2 is abandon. Make your selections now.
Yes, in this case, body bag is actually... seeing a lot of 2s. I read that.
Alright.
Brian, I know when I hear that intro, it's fisting time.
Alright.
Play Hunt Showdown again soon. Oh, yeah. 2 win. Fuck them.
Alright. What did he say?
What?
The question you were in the middle of reading.
Oh. Oh, it's fisting time. Play Hunt Showdown again soon, is what last guy said. The Grizzly. Lovecraft didn't go insane because he saw some space tentacle god. He went insane because he lived in Massachusetts and had to listen to their politics.
Very true. Massachusetts politics were even pretty shit back then.
John Q. Ghost, thank you for the past 2 donations. I think that's 20. Glow in the Dark, Razor, if they railroaded Alex Jones harder, how much infrastructure would be needed to accommodate the trains running him over? And...
well, there we go.
That.
All right, we've completed our deductions. And I guess we're just going to leave these people to die, unfortunately.
I mean, they've got stuff to eat. There's fish. There's cave slime. Each other.
Lichen. Algae.
Madness does not spread if we just stand 6 feet apart, wear our masks,
right?
And pray to Fauci.
Practice social madness distancing.
You're letting me loose?
So I've got the bends. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to skip that. Okay, I'm okay. All right, I came up to the surface. Largely without incident.
Cicero wants pets. He demands them.
He hasn't been fed yet. I need to give him some chow.
Why don't you take a break? I'll read some things.
Uh-oh. 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 You do a lot of collapsing in this game. Don't touch the possessed rocks!
Literal mountains of madness.
Yeah.
Is he triple vaxxed?
Triple tentacle vaxxed. All right. Vacationist. Oh, that's a cool winter coat, though. I'm going with that.
Sergeant. Razor, I heard a doozy about Jefferson. According to Ken Burns, Lincoln was Jefferson's great disciple. I laughed so hard I peed my pants.
Right?
So much of this.
Let's put it this way. When Jefferson was president in what was called the Revolution of 1800 or 1820, I believe. When Jefferson became president was when the New England secession movement kicked off. And it was largely because he became president, because they didn't feel like they were represented. Stop me if you've heard this one before. Jefferson never talked about invading them, and never doubted their ability to secede from the Union if they so wished. What did Lincoln do in the same situation? I'm trying to remember.
Gridley, thoughts on Mark Fincham warning about shenanigans in Pima County next month?
Of course, Pima County was very... I mean, look, I said this after the Maricopa audit, when they found 5 times the amount of fairest election ever as Biden's margin of victory in Maricopa County. I said, yeah, now what's Pima County going to look like? Because that county is blue as fuck, has huge ballot harvesting operations, and a massive illegal immigration problem, and it's much more proximitous to the U.S.-Mexico border. He's completely right. All right. Let's,
Andrew Van Halen, what are your thoughts on the 93 Super Mario Brothers movie? Kino. Pure Kino.
I mean, I watched it as a kid. It was pretty cool looking, but I think mostly it just exists for, nowadays for hacky YouTubers to make, unfunny reviews about. Where's, Okay, I
L.
think I just need to go to Throgmorton now. I know where his mansion is.
I don't see why people have faith
Aha.
in FromSoft to make a good armored core after all the hack and slashes. Didn't the original team leave? I do not recall.
There we go. Actually, you know what? I could just take the river all the way over there.
Glow in the dark. Yes,
Very
all
nice.
all the people that got vaxxed did turn into fish people, but it would have been worse if they didn't get vaxxed.
Can you imagine what an unholy Cthulhu monstrosity they would have turned into if they hadn't been?
HP Lovecraft, thank you for the 20. Hey, we're playing your game tonight. Hey guys, happy Saturday. Just got back from seeing Iron Maiden in Ottawa.
Oh.
It was entertaining overall. In summation, the classics were great live. In particular, Halloween Be Thy Name.
Hallowed be thy name.
Hallowed be thy name. The Senjutsu stuff was not so good though.
There's a couple good tunes on Senjutsu, you know? That's what's so frustrating about Iron Maiden. Even their bad albums, you hear one or two tunes where it's like, oh man, this band almost has a clue. And then the rest of the album is 7-minute long songs with fucking 3-minute long acoustic intros and 3-minute long acoustic outros.
Terrence Van Loo. Few things get me angrier than the supposed centrist support of the Alex Jones trial. But guys, he didn't provide evidence of his own guilt.
Well, and if you do YouTube, you know how much he was railroaded. Because what they demanded was Alexa and YouTube reports, like a Social Blade type YouTube reports. And guys, Social Blade stopped reporting a lot of the statistics that the court was asking for a long time ago, right? So he would have had to, at the time, had the foresight to screenshot a bunch of Social Blade shit that he didn't know he would ever need, and that there's no evidence he actually used to determine the direction of his channel. Their countervailing evidence to in that connection was a fucking email that offhandedly mentioned that, hey, we should talk more about this because it got a lot of engagement on YouTube. That was their evidence that he used Social Blade and shit to determine, you know, what direction to take his YouTube channel in. Just an absolute clown show. Anybody who runs a YouTube channel knows that was a complete horse shit argument. And yet the fucking boomers on the jury either didn't know any better or didn't give a fuck. Of course, that trial wasn't a jury trial. But the judge, sorry. Some of the cases actually did involve a jury, though. Because keep in mind, you know, when they say he was almost forced to pay $1 billion, you know, it's 900 and whatever million dollars. You have to remember that he just lost that case in Austin for like $50 million, you know, like, and he lost another case or whatever. Like, this is like, and he's still got more cases upcoming. I mean, it's so transparent what they're doing to him. It's so transparent. And here's the part about the case. I wish I had mentioned this in my video. Here's the part about the case that fucking launches my nads into orbit. So Alex Jones's claim was that the entire thing was a false flag to push gun control. So the way that they prove him wrong is they sue the gun manufacturers, and for whatever it was, $75 million. They only sue the murderer for 1 point whatever million. The gun manufacturers for $75 million. And then the same lawyers that pushed to sue the fucking gun manufacturers, the exact same lawyers wind up representing the parents and suing Alex Jones for $1 billion. That's how they proved him wrong, folks, that it's not about gun control. They got gun control lawyers to charge him $1 billion in a court of law. And people seriously don't see through this shit. Holy God. It's brilliant.
Brian, Razor, what would you recommend to learn more about state-level electoral college initiative?
I wish I could tell you. I don't know of any concerted effort to do it. I wish there was, but I don't know of any, like, organized and concerted effort to push the electoral college on a state level. There should be. There should be, because that's really what we need.
Geo?
I can say that my local representative, Paul Gosar, has expressed support for a state-level electoral college. Let me feed Cicero real quick, and how about you read a few while I'm doing that?
Yep, I'll have to pick out ones that aren't questions. Odysee, the Sinking City Deluxe Edition, is on sale on Games Planet now for $9.50. Buying the game anywhere else also won't get you the Merciful Madness DLC. Way to go, Steam, GOG, etc. Yeah, for people just joining us or who may have been watching now, we are playing the Games Planet version of this game. The publisher screwed over the developers. So now the only way they make money off of this game is if you get it from Games Planet. Do not pick it up on Steam or anywhere else. The new guy. I will read that when he comes back. Sir Yubi-san, Hagrid's actor, is no longer with us. Yes, I learned about that last night. Rest in peace. Do you put your peanut butter cups in the fridge? They don't last long enough. I don't need to put them in the fridge. Question.
Want some chicken, buddy?
Also, Elder Chicken. Also, I tried to donate through Streamlabs with a card, but it keeps failing, and it tells me to use another payment processor like PayPal. Fuckers. He is so hungry. He's jumping up and down everywhere. The Gunslinger. Yeah, that sounds like the Dutch I know. Usually he'd get to the shows looking like Yosemite Sam in Bermuda shorts and a Skinnered shirt in Puerto Rico. Scarfy the Strange, I read yours. Sergeant Razor Teddy Roosevelt in 1912 election supported judicial and congressional recall. Do you think these are good ideas or pinko nonsense? He'll answer that when he comes back. And learn to put question marks on the end of your fucking questions. Grizzly, thank you for the 20. I think part of it is that Halloween is dying. But you also have designated safe trick-or-treat zones that some subdivisions like mine are in. At least that's what we do in Minnesota. Or is that Michigan? MI. That's Michigan. Last year, we got 3,000 kids from 4 counties. Jesus Christ. Most of these are questions. Alabaster Scarf. Wow, Joe Biden is so generous. Yeah, I read that one.
I don't like mayonnaise.
And that man does not like mayonnaise. Clayton machine, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Question mark. That which evolved into and became a chicken first had to come out of an egg, is what I say. I just got handed Kit Kats. Excuse me for a moment. They can wait. Ow. Good. Thoughts on the new RoboCop game? We've been asked this before. We honestly need to see more. Because it was only a slice of gameplay, and it looked really, really early. Merciful Fate US tour. Yeah, I read that one. Gonefall, thank you for the 20. Situation, you wake up and the only thing you hear is a sniffing sound, and it's Joe Biden sniffing your hair, then saying, that's it. No question, nothing. Just that. Thanks for that. Mage Leader, trying to bring back Paul LePage, or LePage, or whatever, up north. Sadly, we got dealt a major blow a couple years back when ranked choice got passed. Hopefully our votes can overpower the totally legit election system. God, Canadians, I feel so bad for the Canadian people. Their government's so corrupt. You guys will never have a legit fucking election ever again. I almost said Canada. Canada.
Canada? Alright.
Sorry for the spelling errors. Yeah, you better be.
Okay, what were the questions you were going to ask me while I was gone?
Okay, scroll back up.
Alright.
Kanukistan.
Mortician has touched him up well.
That would be Albert, who, I may or may not have fed to the authorities. That's a nice little shotgun there. Or no, that's a little Winchester.
New guy, what's the best way to market your creative work? I told my sister about the Iron Age, and she asked, how do people find out about your work and succeed? Sad to say, I couldn't explain it well. Any advice?
Well, this is why I made my last video about the Iron Age, is because it's starting to get to the point where people are beginning to cover this movement that's happening. So ironage.media is a new website that actually covers projects that are associated with the Iron Age. So what Eric July's doing, Ethan Van Sciver, there's a new animated movie, apparently, a sci-fi movie that somebody's working on, my stuff, a lot of stuff. So anything related to the Iron Age, it's sort of like a news aggregator for all of it. So that's a good source. They're also on Twitter. That kind of stuff I'm really encouraged by seeing people.
And you can't do a damn thing about it.
Except send you back to the people in a body bag.
Okay. What should I do here? I guess I have to lie to them and say they died.
Bad news, Mr. Throgmorton. The expedition members are dead, and the Innsmouthers kidnapped the professor.
Those degenerates, they dare get in my way.
The Innsmouthers were there to kidnap Professor Doe. They took her and the artifact she found.
Attention, Bidger and workers.
Oh no, no.
It's me, Eeyore.
Oh no!
Corn Pup. That gummy poo is a bad man, but I'm a bad man too. He works children to death in factories. I will save them and treat them good with my penis.
Your men took the item, and the Innsmouthers took their chance.
I can't pause dialogue, by the way.
How did they catch them off guard?
Seems that after the seal was taken from its place, everyone in the expedition suffered some kind of mental breakdown. The Innsmouthers must have known about that and waited for the right moment.
They turned into
They
COVIDiots.
knew what was going to happen. Inconceivable.
Yeah, this game's supposed to be
How
fun.
did
not
you
a
know
life
they
and
were
death struggle.
Innsmouthers?
One of the attackers was killed by a member of the expedition. I have a photo.
My expedition failed. My boy was killed. This is more than personal, Mr. Reed. This is a threat to everyone.
They have Harriet and the artifact she found, but she may still be alive.
That's why I hesitate to wipe their fish-faced kin from Oakmont this instant. But we won't sit idle. Find them, Mr. Reed. Not the grunts, but their leaders. Infiltrate their ranks if need be. Bring me my professor back.
I'm looking into the madness, not politics and power games.
And your best source of information is currently in the slimy hands of those Innsmouthers. Professor Doe shared the visions. She found something inside those ruins, and now they have her. She knows something crucial, I'm certain. There's also a more delicate matter I wanted to discuss with you, Mr. Reed.
I can be delicate when it matters, so shoot.
I have a colleague, you might say. His name is Herbert Glover. Like myself, he is a collector of fine art.
I'm a detective, Mr.
Isn't it
Throgmorton.
pronounced Gruber?
I don't care for your insinuation, Mr. Reed. I would never be so crass as to hire a thief. I had a meeting arranged with Herbert. One of great importance, shall we say. One at which he failed to appear. I want you to find out why.
That sounds simple enough. Okay, I'll do it.
Very good, Mr. Reed. There is one final detail. This case must remain secret, and you must not reveal to anyone for whom you are working.
Discretion is my watchword.
Indeed. Here is Herbert's address in advance for your investigation. You'll find it's fair.
You're a monkey!
Have a good day.
Which brings up Melphis question, why does he look like an ape? Because he has the purest of bloodlines.
Yep.
The absolute purest.
There's 3 major factions in the sinking city. There's the Throgmortons, the ape people. There's the Innsmouthers, who are fucking fish people, and there's the what are they called? The blacks. They like control the underworld. I'm blanking on what the fuck they're called.
And is this actually Innsmouth? This city? Because I think the fish people are from Innsmouth, and their city got wrecked, and they moved here.
Yeah, I don't. This isn't Innsmouth. Okay, here we go.
Alright, we'll get to that 100 here. Clayton Machine! Excuse me. Clayton Machine, thank you for the 100. Don't feel sorry for Canada. I know the truth. Why do they have free healthcare? They are all in the military. Eskimos, no. Those are troopers. Those are troops in winter training. SEALs were created by Canada for coastal land observation. Trees, Canada is a desert. Those are missile silos.
That was funny and all, but free healthcare is not healthcare that you pay a premium in taxes for.
Yeah, look at all my free healthcare.
Yeah.
I don't have to pay for my assisted suicide. Michael McLeod, thank you for the
I feel
20.
like there should be a fast travel around here.
Remember, Razor Force Tulsi may have denounced the DNC, but she still endorsed Joe Biden. Don't fall for the pretty face.
And voted for him.
And voted for impeachment.
Yep. Oh, no. She declined to vote for impeachment.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Oh,
Which
okay.
is more than Kirsten Sinema can say.
Yeah, that's the one that voted for impeachment. Fuck her. I'm your Super Beast. Thank you for the 20. So the Phillies...
And there are people right now who think fucking Kirsten Sinema is more conservative than Tulsi Gabbard. At least Tulsi Gabbard had the balls to switch parties.
So the Phillies knock out the Cardinals, the last team they played in the playoffs back in 2011. Then go on to bully the defending champs, the Braves, and advance into the NLCS. Good to be a Philly fan right now.
Nice. Ah. My aim is bad. In my defense, I'm using a controller. Alright, there we go. I don't know what the hell was going on there, but he was about to kill that dude, so what the fuck?
Elder Chicken, what do you think of the whole, if World War II troops saw what would happen to their countries, they would have joined the Germans? Line.
That's a false binary. If they saw that the country would fall to authoritarian socialism, they would have joined up with authoritarian socialists. Brilliant cutting analysis, guys.
Squid Coyote, how long can you hold your breath, if you can hold your breath?
A while. A few minutes. Let's see here. Of course, Terran has to hold his breath a lot more often.
Robo Guy, would you consider Fifth Element Bond Disney, despite it not being based on one?
They hired Mobius and Jean-Claude Mézières to be the art designers, and they based everything off of Valerian and the Inkal and shit like that. I mean, it essentially is... The Fifth Element is literally a live-action Bond Dessiné brought to life. It's just not a direct adaptation of one, so yes. Essentially, Luc Besson made the Fifth Element because he couldn't get the rights to do Valerian at the time. And then he wound up making Valerian, and it kind of sucked. It wasn't terrible. I mean, it was a fun movie, but...
Mr. E, thoughts on the Kiss album Revenge?
I like Revenge. There's a lot of good songs on that one. Last one to include writing credits from Vinnie Vincent. Okay.
Scarfy the Strange, have you played The Secret World? Funcom made that MMO before making Conan Exiles.
No. No, I haven't.
Sergeant Razor, Teddy Roosevelt in 1912 election supported judicial and congressional recall. Do you think these were good ideas or pinko nonsense?
Why do you need judicial recall when you already have judicial impeachment? I think that was another excuse for Teddy Roosevelt to expand the power of the government, which is basically what he did his entire presidency. I don't support that at all. You already have the mechanism in place to get rid of corrupt justices and corrupt judges.
Asum Valerian was cratered by the two leads being completely unlikable and a slog to watch.
And also Rihanna.
That shit, I seriously believe if you take out the 15 minutes right there of her, like, and who was it?
Yeah, I don't see it. Okay.
But anyway, that whole part, you can slice that out of the movie and not miss a thing.
Oh, absolutely. It's basically a cringy illegal immigration allegory and refugee crisis allegory.
Ethan Hawke was
that should have been on the fucking cutting room floor.
Tyler, if World War II soldiers saw the world today, they would have listened to Patton and took out Stalin.
No shit. I mean, that's really, at the end of the day, that's really where we went awry. We basically, FDR slowly cut Winston Churchill and Britain out of the diplomacy proceedings. And so Poland was served to Russia on a silver platter. Lend-Lease propped up Stalin and the Soviet regime because I think FDR had designs on turning America into a full-blown socialist country. It's pretty clear from his private writings and from his public speeches and certainly from his policies that he intended America to be remolded in a socialist kind of structure. But he died. I think God intervened. Fucking died at his desk. And so Truman, who was a giant piece of shit, but a bit more moderate than FDR, kind of took us down a slightly different path, and we were sort of spared that, at least for the time being. But I think that's why he cut Churchill and England out of the diplomacy. I mean, Yalta, sorry. That entire conference was really, it was a passing of the baton. Basically, the America siding with Russian communists over the UK. Let's see here. And by the way, FDR's was in failing health at that point, and he was relying increasingly on diplomatic advice that he was getting from none other than Alger Hiss, who later turned out, who later Joe McCarthy exposed as a Soviet agent, and who, when the 90s rolled around and we got the Venona papers, was confirmed to have been a Soviet agent.
Tom, why are games and movies so fascinated by female presidents in the near future sci-fi setting? For progressive points.
Right.
It's just directors and producers jerking each other off. Parlock, thoughts on the divine right of kings argument? I'm not familiar. Are you?
Divine right, you would have to explain further what you mean by that.
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
All right. I assume it means, you know, kings ordained by God to be monarchy. Okay, there we go. That's
monarchies, I guess. Yeah.
Herbert Glover's he is Windhalf and Century Avenue. He's in Goldbridge Road in Old Grove. All right.
Nastasa, if you want a fun little game, play Guns, Gore, and Cannoli 1 and 2. Mob Enforcer Vinny Cancoli fights zombies created from drinking booze in 1928.
Goldbridge Road between Windhalf and Century, it looks like. Okay, there we go. So I'm not far from there, actually. Let's go ahead and jump on the boat.
Rorinix, love your work. Not sure if you have commented on this yet, but have you seen the latest...
Whoa! Sorry. What's up?
Have you seen the latest John Fetterman? On John Fetterman.
I've seen people have been freaking out about him. Give me just a sec. I need to bring my dog in.
Hope everyone's enjoying themselves tonight. Roscoe Steele, thank you for the raid. Flight Sim Racing Sim, thank you for the 30 bits. Hi Razor, I've started to move to Linux to get away from Microsoft Windows. Have you ever thought of moving to Linux desktop OS for gaming like I have? 1 second, guys.
Alright, just a second. Make sure. Okay, check. There we go. Just want to make sure my mic was on. I had a Linux system back in the day, and it was cool, but a little inconvenient on certain games to get shit running. So, I mean, if it's a little easier to use now, I may try it. But yeah, I used to fuck around with Linux. Because I'm no great fan of Microsoft, you guys know this. Sony fanboys don't, but...
I literally went to go make myself something in the kitchen once. Left my computer alone for 10 minutes, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking thing restarted on me for mandatory updates.
For updates that they didn't even ask if you wanted.
Like, I lost... Okay. Like, thank God I wasn't in the middle of working. Fuck, I would have been pissed.
I hate that shit.
But
I hate that shit.
God, that's so annoying.
Of course, you can fix that in settings, but still, it's obnoxious. Because that's how it is by default. Alright, his residence is on Coldbridge Road between Windhalf Avenue and Century, I gather? Okay.
Dan Vask, thank you for the raid. Flight Sim Race Sim, thank you for the 30 bits. Do you paint figures, Razor and Terran? I don't, he does.
I do sometimes. You should try it, dude. You should try it sometime.
It does honestly sound like
it's
fun.
It's not as hard as it looks, and it's very zen. It's a good way when you just want to chill one night. And, you know, whatever. You just had a hard day or a long day or whatever. It's a great thing to do to just chill. Now, I am not a fan of the you know, sitting there and every single little detail and whatever. I just do not have the patience for that. But if you're going to use, you know, paint basic colors on your little figures and then put a little shader on top once that dries, and you'll get a nice looking little figure, and it won't take a lot of effort, and you'll get to kind of chill, listen to an audio book, listen to a soundtrack or something. It's very zen, so I appreciate that, but I do hate the sort of it can be boring if you're not careful.
Maybe
right?
if you had something larger to work with, like a statue.
That would just take a lot of time. I don't know. But let me put it this way. If I could, I would prefer to have all of my miniatures pre-painted. I am no great fan of painting miniatures.
Budge.
Angry Salt Shaker, thank you for the 100 bits. Terran, what are your creative ambitions for the future? I do want to start streaming as soon as I can work out shit with PayPal.
He's been saying for 2.5 years.
Or 1 year, actually. But that's long enough still. I know I've been falling behind, but it's still like... Ugh, I fucking hate dealing with them. It's so stupid. Do you have a white whale that needs slaying? Other than Rosie O'Donnell? I do want to start writing.
Yeah, looks like this is the correct place, but I can't get inside. And I can't go in a window or anything like that.
Budge.
Neither door will open, so I probably need some kind of key.
Terrence Villeneuve saw one of those video essayists try to explain the decline in video games.
Ugh.
Stopped watching when he called 2010 to 2015 a gaming renaissance.
I mean, I could agree in a sense. console sales rebounded in 2014, but the number of games did not. Absolutely not. And 2010 was like the depths of a second gaming crash. The second gaming crash started in 2008, got really bad in 2009, got abysmally bad in 2010. So I don't even know how you make that argument. What a fucking retard. In terms of software sales, console sales, everything was down in 2010. And by the way, I've done numerous rants on this subject. I've done 2 separate rants about the video game crash that occurred at that point. I cite specific numbers, sales figures, I show graphs and all that good shit. So, I mean, my fucking 5-minute rants or whatever from back then completely cancel out a fucking 5-hour video essay, I'm sure. Maybe on the other side of the street?
The Grizzly, thank you for the 20. I think part of it is that Halloween is dying, but you also have designated. Oh yeah, I already read that one. Bass player, evening gentlemen, and happy October. Going to see Sabaton on Monday, and I can't wait. Any plans to play Scorn this year? Wow, that's like the 3rd question. Or the 3rd time. And have guys been keeping up with the Daryl Brooks trial?
Yeah, I've been seeing the Daryl Brooks stuff. It's that shit. But like I said earlier, I think you have to sort of show that level of deference to a guy to make sure that he gets a fair trial. Chauvin and Rittenhouse and fucking Alex Jones should have had the same courtesy. Interesting.
Why keep a 40-year-old newspaper article?
Common J, how much food have you two ever dropped in one instance?
How much what?
Food? Like, what, like eating a whole pizza? Maybe?
I remember there was this place out here. I think they're still around. I hope they are. Actually, you know what? I think they closed a while back. LJ's. It was like a pizza place. And when I was 8 years old, it's a pizza buffet, right? So you just walk up to the counter and you ask them to make a pizza. You pay a flat rate or whatever. And then you eat all the pizza you want. And you can make requests. Hey, I want this kind of pizza. I want that kind of pizza. And I walked up there. I'm a little kid. I'm 8 years old. What are my favorite foods? Pizza and spaghetti. Okay, I want a spaghetti pizza. The guy makes a fucking spaghetti pizza. And anyways, I ate an entire extra large pizza all by myself.
Damn.
12 fucking pieces of pizza, and like 3 of them were spaghetti pizza. So it was like really thick slices of fucking pizza too. It wasn't like I was getting gypped. Whoa!
You get...
Holy shit! Ah shit! Damn it! Got him.
Whew! Before you got attacked there, I was gonna ask, did that make you sick?
Nope. Nope. I had a stomach hard as a fucking rock, but nope. Man, I don't fuck around with pizza, bro. It's my favorite thing on the planet.
Nastasa, is TMNT Ultimate Collection worth buying? Watch our stream on it. Yeah.
Cowabunga
definitely.
Collection?
Yeah.
Yes. Go watch our stream. It's got everything. And online multiplayer.
It's like the Major always says.
Information is ammunition.
Like I said while we were streaming, you know, we've been bashing Konami for years and for good reason, right? They did good on that collection. They deserve credit for that. The hell was that?
Quake 4 fixed the numbering for DS9 full.
I tried to. The edit function on videos, I got to figure out how to get into that. They recently changed the design of the uploader end of Unauthorized TV, so I was trying to change the numbers but wasn't able to.
Alexander Ferris, thank you for the 20. Coming back from an awesome metal concert. 3 out of 4 were awesome. I just hated the third band called Between the Buried.
Between the Buried and Me.
Between the Buried and Me.
Barf.
They suck.
Yeah, they're pretty terrible.
But on a positive note, Trivium ruled. Matt Thornton, what does a spaghetti pizza look like?
It had spaghetti baked between the sauce and the cheese.
Wow. See, I was going for the picture in my head was the spaghetti on top.
Nope, you bake it under the cheese. It was actually good, as I remember. Oh, shit.
Tom, speaking of VR games, have you heard of Into the Radius?
Eyes still wide open. Guess he didn't see the killing blow coming.
It's kind of like Stalker if it was VR.
Eyes still wide open.
No.
Guess he didn't see the killing blow coming.
And I can't pick up the gun, so he had a gun but wasn't able to use it, it looks like. Sorry, what was...
Oh, it was a VR game recommendation.
Okay.
Into the Radius.
What's
It's like
that?
Stalker, but in VR.
Looks like they're short a full set. One of the mirrors was taken.
Christian, why do you oppose ranked choice voting? Will you ever make a video on the subject?
Because split tickets sometimes happen in our current system. In ranked choice voting, it guarantees that if the establishment party...
Leave anything for us?
Just bodies.
That if the establishment party wants to spend money on a spoiler candidate, then they are guaranteed to have a split ticket. Ranked choice voting is the only system that can guarantee that happens. So, especially in a time like this, where the establishment party is on its way out, the establishment GOP is on its way out, and they are going to go down kicking and screaming, using a lot of corporate donations to do so, it's basically a giant... Look at what happened in Alaska. They spent a lot of money on a spoiler candidate, fucked over the vote, and wound up ushering in the other candidate, which they preferred, because at least that candidate was... They weren't aligned with their party, but they were aligned with the establishment. This is why ranked choice voting is a giant fucking shell game and a scam. It's basically intended to keep the establishment in place.
Alexander Ferris, love this game, love horror games. So Ubisoft, do you like Crash Bandicoot? And if so, which game?
Around the
Nope.
Whoever broke in knew how to pick a lock.
Don't like any of them.
Huh. That's a lot of warning shots.
Eva Unit 2, was Cybok from Star Trek V a compelling villain for you?
I don't remember him, so clearly not.
MC Corleone, Razor's director of choice for an adaptation of The Long Moonlight and Death Mask.
Oh man, I don't know. I might go like an animated feature on that, so I don't really know animated directors.
Are you willing to work with the Daily Wire to get it made?
I mean, I'd work with anyone as long as the adaptation was going to be faithful and cool, and they had a unique vision for it.
Like what you see, buddy?
I don't like Ben Shapiro at all, but that doesn't bother me. I mean, fuck, if a Hollywood company came to me, are they going to have any better of politics than Ben Shapiro? Let's be real.
Common J, thank you for the 20. The Feds saying they have enough evidence to charge Hunter is the establishment's nice way of saying, Joe, don't run again.
Oh, that's basically what I tweeted not long ago. That was, actually, it's essentially exactly what I said. Was, you know, it's essentially the Fed's way of saying, thanks, Joe, for keeping the seat warm, but no reason to run in 2024, buddy. And I really think that's what it comes down to. I think it's kind of like a sort of Damocles hanging above his head. Because if he decides to run and they have somebody else waiting in the wings that they want to run, and by the way, I think the Democrats are going to run on a youth ticket in 2024. I think they're going to find probably someone like Gavin Newsom, somebody younger, because and they've probably got that person on ice already. So the plan really will be to try and put Biden out to pasture that way. And as I have said since the beginning of Biden's presidency, a lot of people have been predicting, oh, he's not going to make it till the end of his term. I said, nah. They're going to keep him out there as long as they can. Short of him dropping dead or suddenly raving on camera about how it's the year 1871 and his name is Ichabod Crane or something. There's seriously, they will try and keep him where he is because he's the perfect patsy. He's not really running the country. Essentially, Pelosi is. And that's the way they want it to be. So I think at the end of the day, Kamala is not popular enough. She is essentially owned by Pelosi. Pelosi would like her to be president, but I don't think anybody else in the Democratic Party wants her to be because she's just so despised. So I think they got somebody on ice. And when 2024 rolls around, they're going to say, yeah, thanks, Joe. You were perfect for that 4 years, but you're too old, and we already have someone we'd like to replace you with. So, you know, it is what it is. And Joe will also have, he said previously, I seem to remember, somebody could correct me if I'm wrong, but I seem to remember Biden at some point, before he even formally declared that he was going to run in 2020, saying that if he ran, it would just be for one term. Does anybody remember that? It was like just an offhanded comment, and he didn't stick with it. I'm not saying like it's his policy, but what I am saying is he would have pretext. Like, oh, I said a long time ago that I was just going to run once. But if he decided not to step aside, which he may not, then that would basically be their leverage. And that's been the way that I've interpreted it.
Okay, I've killed him.
Easiest gig in this district. You grab the mirror. I'm gonna go see what other loot we can take from Mr. Moneybags here.
I think this might be one.
Who are you? What in K's name are you doing in my house?
Okay, let's see what we have here.
Easiest gig in this
One,
district.
two,
Who
and I
are
think
you?
the other one's three.
What in K's name are you doing?
Squint, run! Oh, okay, I've killed him.
Two men broke in to steal a mirror. One of them, Squint, cracked the safe. But Glover discovered him and shot him. Second one killed Glover.
Stealth Creations, I'm surprised you aren't playing an old Scooby-Doo game or some Fallout New Vegas save with mods, dressed as Raggy to pay respects to the fallen Scooby-Doo franchise. There has to be one memorable Scooby-Doo game around.
I never liked Scooby-Doo as a kid growing up, really, so I'm the wrong guy to do that. I always thought that shit was boring.
Pineapple pizza. Pray for me, Razor. I just found out that I have some petulant French ancestry in me. Even after 1,000 years of dilution, the shame still burns.
Well, to be fair, the Shadow has French ancestry, so you're in good company at least.
Swagnarok, you think Warner Brothers' factional structure is the cause of most of its trouble? I can't help but think lack of oversight is why Cartoon Network is in such a bad state.
That may be. I know Disney, a lot of Disney's problems have to do with that. There's essentially divisional autonomy within Disney, and that was the way that Disney pulled themselves out of the near bankruptcy state that they were in even, God, just over 10 years ago? It hasn't even been that long since Disney were teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. So it could be. But I mean, I remember years ago, and he would know, Kevin Smith, who's made a bunch of movies, and he's acquainted with film executives.
You're letting me loose?
He was talking about how, and this was, again, years ago, he was talking about how he went over how many movies were made by each major studio in a year, and how much money in box office each of those studios made. And it was like, Disney made 5 movies and made a shitload of money, billions of dollars. And Fox made, fucking 7 movies and made like $500 million or whatever, right? And then it was Warner Brothers. He went to Warner Brothers, and Warner Brothers released like 22 films in a year and made less than 1/4 what Disney did.
I want to know about bears and rabbits. What are they?
Warner Brothers have been eating shit for a long, long time. They have really not been doing well. So I was not surprised when I heard that they had a new CEO who was getting rid of the wokeness. I told you guys for a long time, it's not get woke, go broke. It's go broke, get woke, and then you wind up having to make a serious correction down the line. Right? Then you really have to get non-woke at that point. And it's usually too little too late. Warner Brothers, I'm not surprised that Warner Brothers are the first company to have to do that, because Warner Brothers were eating shit before any of this happened. Disney can afford to eat losses a little while longer. Fox could afford, although Fox wound up merging. But other companies could afford to, swallow losses in the name of wokeness and ESG. Warner were doing so bad for so long, they could not afford to do it as long as other companies. And that's really what it comes down to. That's why they cracked first. So while other people were surprised, I've been like, wow, what took you so long? Gotta pay attention to this kind of stuff, because it'll tell you what's probably gonna come down the pike. I'm not the clairvoyant, folks. I pay attention to things like that.
You're out of here! What?
H.P. Lovecraft, Razor, how do you think a Trump versus Newsom matchup would pan out in 2024?
Newsom's policies are so radical and leftist, and they've bankrupted California so badly.
That's terrible.
I think it would be a slam dunk for Trump, but keep in mind, if they jettison Biden, and I've warned of this for a couple of years, if they jettison Biden, then they're going full youth, and the narrative will be a ceaseless deluge of he's too old. And at that point, Trump can rely on 2 things. Number 1, he's incredibly vivacious for his age. Number 2, he gets the I told you so argument, which I think drowns out everything else. Hey, this is the guy we should have listened to begin with, and then Trump, I guess there's a third approach that he can take, and this is also very powerful. Trump can say, hey, I can only run for 1 term. It's just 4 years. It's not a big deal. And if he runs with a good enough and attractive enough vice president for people, then it won't be that big of an issue. So all he's really got to do at that point, he'll be running against a pretty unlikable candidate, so he's just got to run on, I'm only doing 1 term, I'm very healthy for my age, and hey, look, my vice president, even if the worst happens, this person's great. You want them to be president. If he does those 3 things, what the fuck is... Newsom can pile all the fucking hair gel in California onto his fucking dome. It ain't gonna get him the presidency. But that's assuming they're going to run Newsom, who I do think they are grooming for the presidency.
Lizard Media, I just started reading Elric and Solomon Kane. Thank you for the recommendation.
Godspeed. I'm glad you enjoy it.
Skullduggery, as silly as it may sound, Halloween will never die as long as you keep it in your heart. Godspeed. Dustin the Grim, have you checked out the Al Snow comics?
Yeah, I have. They're pretty cool. There's also a Gangrel comic, too.
Tom, can you elaborate on the whole UFC is fixed thing?
Yeah, it's simple. It's a combat sport. Boxing has been fixed in the past. Why in the world would UFC, you know, and MMA in general? I'm talking MMA in general, by the way, and there have already been fixing scandals in MMA at large, especially Pride, which was essentially run by the Yakuza. They had referees who had earpieces in during matches. A bunch of the fighters admitted it. It's worth mentioning that quite a few fighters from UFC have gone out in the press after they left the organization and said flat out UFC is fixed. Like 3 or 4 different ones, and we're talking prominent names too. They're persona non grata in UFC now because they came out and talked about it. I told you guys years ago, it's gonna come out that UFC is basically a more convincing version of WWE. It's a full contact. People are really hitting each other, but that doesn't stop matches from being fixed. There's millions of dollars on the line, and if it's better for business for one guy to win or another guy to lose, then what the fuck? I think it's also kind of soft fixed in the sense that they'll just throw the brackets out the window whenever they feel like it because it'll pop a pay-per-view buy, right? Dana White does that all the fucking time. Oh, this guy's supposed to fight this guy. Oh, well, let's get this famous guy to fight him instead because that'll draw pay-per-view numbers. You know, that kind of shit happens, too. And I also think it happens a little bit like, you remember Ronda Rousey when she was on top at UFC, and she was sort of the face of UFC for a little while. And then she started making remarks that started making UFC look bad. Anybody remember that? She kept saying stupid shit. And Dana White started feuding with her on social media and shit like that and whatever. And up to that point, Ronda Rousey had been kicking asses. She had been fighting all these, like, bikini model, basically. These chicks who look like bikini models and winning. All of a sudden, after she starts running her mouth about Dana White, she gets matched up for the first time in her career against a genuine moose, and she gets fucking steamrolled. It's like, that's a form of fixing. You know what I mean? They gave her soft matches up till that point. Then, the moment they wanted her to lose, they fucking threw her into a meat grinder. That's definitely UFC does that. Absolutely.
H.P. Lovecraft, and who do you think would be a good presidential choice for Trump's vice president?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, everyone would say DeSantis.
Yeah, I think that's a thing that should not happen.
I've got some good news, and I've got some bad news. The good news is I've found Glover.
And the bad?
The bad news is he's dead. Murdered.
Indeed. Did you discover who killed him?
Not yet.
Then why are you wasting my time? Find me Glover's killer. I need the name of the man who crossed me, Mr. Reed, if I'm to... I'm not in the mood for chit-chat, Mr. Reed.
Barlock, if Newsom is the best Democrats can do... If Newsom is the best the Democrats can do, are finished, and what to stop Biden from creating a state of emergency and prolonging his reign of terror. He skipped a few words there. Basically, if Newsom's the best they can do, what's stopping the Democrats from just creating a state of emergency? And
I mean, what are you going to create it over? Monkeypox? Nobody cares about monkeypox. Nobody's scared of it. I mean, what are you going to do? COVID has gone away. You know, it's not foremost in people's brains anymore. Not anyone who's not completely batshit insane, anyways. Most of the country's pretty much over it. What do you create a state of emergency over? I mean, if Russia does something stupid, or Ukraine does something stupid, or they both do something stupid, maybe, but I don't see it. You need pretext.
Questionably legal productions. What are your go-to Vampire the Masquerade clans? I'm rather partial to Tremere and Nosferatu myself.
Nosferatu for me.
I suppose, Toreador? The Master. Tara and I caught a shiny female Onyx. Immediately evolved her into Steelix. And in honor of you, I named her Queensboro. Well, thank you. That's very touching.
Okay, where at?
John Handy, do you know of any specific verified accounts of late Wild West outlaws using semi-autos like the C96?
Yeah. The Savage towards the end, actually. Fuck Bat Masterson, who was not an outlaw, although he did some dubious shit too. You know, like a lot of lawmen in the Old West, he was halfway to a criminal. Wyatt Earp was. But Bat Masterson famously lent his likeness to ads for Savage semi-auto pistols. So yeah, actually quite a few.
I love the Power Glove. It's so bad.
Frank James. Frank James, Jesse James's older brother, famously carried a semi-auto. I forget what it was. It wasn't a Mauser. It wasn't a Borchardt. It wasn't a Mannlicher. It might have actually been a Savage. Savages were very popular at the time, actually. Early Savage semi-autos.
Nick.
Oh, come on. I'm not getting this. Okay. Even before... Okay, I'm not seeing... There we go. Higgs Lane and... Okay, it's in Salvation Harbor on Moreland Road. Okay, I'm going to pin that.
Nick, climate change as a pretext.
Oh, come on.
Barb Rogers.
If the number of climate change now signs that are around is any indication, I don't think you're winning on that.
Barb Rogers, thank you for the $10.
Moreland Road. All right.
And the sticker. The new guy, do you like all the Rogue Squadron books? What are your favorites?
I've only read a few, and I can't remember a lot of them. I seem to remember the Back to Wars being one that I liked. I'm not seeing Moreland. Oh, there it is. Okay, it is very much northern. Okay. Let's get to a fast travel point then. Or you know what? I could just get to my boat and see if I can get there by boat.
Primarch Vulcan, have you seen the new Nolan Ryan documentary, Facing Nolan?
No, I haven't.
Grave, top
It is
5.
so ridiculous he never won a Cy Young. some of the people who won Cy Youngs in the years that he almost won it, you're just like scratching your head. Like, what the fuck? What in the hell were they thinking?
Grave top 5 albums of 2022.
Oh my god, you're killing me. 2022?
Yeah.
I mean, some of the ones that I'm really looking forward to aren't even out yet. The new Striper isn't out yet. The new Wildness isn't out yet.
When do they hit?
The new Heat would be on there. The new Sodom. Yeah. I don't think I could put together a top 5 right now because a lot of the stuff that I'm looking forward to isn't out yet.
War to End All Wars, that's it.
That was a great album.
Mysterioso Radio Hour. Any familiarity with the Call of Cthulhu tabletop?
No, I never played it. I had some friends who played it, though. In, like, high school and shit. Okay, is it, over here? No, you know what? I'm gonna keep going.
Frankie, I noticed you follow Bill Whittle on Twitter.
Yeah.
Do you know of his plans for a science fiction series animated in the Unreal Engine?
No, I don't.
Do you think it has good odds for success?
If he gets the right people to make it, sure. I mean, it's cheaper than ever to make a decent quality game.
I saw on Twitter someone's making a game in Unreal. It's basically a body cam shooter. Like you just FPS but in a body cam form. And it looks super real. It looks really good.
You'd be amazed at what people can pull off. I mean, fucking one guy in a fucking Barca launcher can make a game now.
Switch over here real quick.
Can I dock here? Okay, there we go.
Thunder Biome, thank you for subbing for 13 months.
Alright.
Flight Sim Race Sim, thank you for the 20 bits. Seeing people cheering what happened to Alex Jones makes me so angry. Don't they realize that trial is a message to shut up and follow the narrative, or else they should know the ones cheering what happened to Alex Jones will come for you next.
Absolutely. Or, you know, this is the problem that the left have run into. They haven't had to debate issues for a long time, so they've lost the ability. And I don't know if anybody else has noticed, but the left have gotten worse and worse and worse at the optics game. The left, like, pretty much the only thing they had for years was their mastery of optics, right? They were fantastic at making the other guys seem like the town elders from Footloose. And then they just stopped doing that. They stopped being effective at that. And so they have increasingly fallen back on being censorious, on deplatforming their political enemies, on telling people they can't speak, and so forth.
So Ubisoft, if the Warner Brothers merge hadn't killed Cartoon Network, do you think the cookie cutter CalArts style will?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the beginning of that. What?
If the Warner Brothers merge hadn't killed Cartoon Network, do you think the cookie cutter CalArts style would?
Oh, right.
Creativity like...
That's just killing animation in general. Huh.
Creativity
Fun fact,
like...
you don't have to dock to get out of your boat. You can just get out.
Creativity like conservatives is forever banned from California. Glow in the dark, what rock song would be your walkout music for your boxing match and why?
Oh god. Fight by Motorhead. Why not? Or Burn in Hell by Judas Priest.
Stormtrooper Bob, welcome back. Ever played Brothers in Arms?
No.
Gearbox is apparently working on a new one, staying tight-lipped because of the Colonial Marines disaster. God, they're still feeling that.
They really got dogpiled on that one. I didn't hate Colonial Marines. I mean, I hated certain things about Colonial Marines, but I didn't think it was that offensive.
It was wonky, definitely.
Yeah, it was clearly half-cooked.
Bring me a body bag.
But that was a case where I think some of the arguments that people make for the dogpile effect that happened to Cyberpunk 2077, I think are better applied to games like that and Duke Nukem Forever and shit. I think Gearbox got dogpiled quite a few times in a row.
And for the
go
record,
watch my review of Colonial Marines. It was a mixed bag for me. I liked certain elements of it that were a little bit more like a retro shooter. Like they were, for instance, I believe there were not iron sights in that game, or you could hip fire or something in that game at a time when basically everything was iron sights mania, which I liked. Again, I'm going off my memory. It's been a long time since I played it.
I'm pretty sure Colonial Marines had iron sights.
Yeah, but I seem to remember it had, like, a viable hip-fire aim, if I remember correctly. Whoa!
And for the record, multiplayer was actually fun.
I never played multiplayer. Jesus H. Christ.
Would you stream Colonial Marines?
I is gonna die. I don't own it.
I wouldn't be against it.
Whew. All right. Should be right up ahead.
Patriot Heretic, how do you define sword and sorcery?
Really, at the end of the day, it's just non-phone book fantasy fucking... It's really more about scope. I find that sword and sorcery is more about individuals, whereas high fantasy and phone book fantasy is more about here be dragons bullshit. You know, it's... I think it's almost like porn. You know it when you see it. Should be somewhere in here.
Where did I leave off? Metal Ninja, but what is your take on the Bayonetta voice actress controversy today?
I'm not sure what the controversy is.
The creator of the game, basically, she's not getting paid in, like, the right way or not enough. I forget what exactly it was. But when people brought it up to the creator, he just, like, started blocking people on Twitter and shit.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder what her gripe was.
Yeah, I didn't actually read into it.
I mean, look, video game voice actors don't make a lot.
Yeah.
Per job.
I was so proud of Guy Seehee when he fought to get people paid with the Silent Hill HD remaster.
Especially when, I mean, look, that kind of thing, and I wish that would happen for devs that work on games too. I mean, look, Warren Spector, how many games and Deus Ex sequels have been marketed using the name Warren Spector? Shitloads of them. They talk about him in all the interviews and promotional tours and shit for these games, and there's a whole genre of games that are built around that, and you know what I mean? Warren Spector hasn't seen a dime of royalties from Deus Ex, because that's not the way video game development works. I feel like there should be, like, more of a royalties system for game developers.
Oh, wow. Apparently she got $4,000 flat fee to voice the entire third game.
Wow.
She's the fucking protagonist.
Are those games very chatty?
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely for her. She's as chatty as, say, Dante is in Devil May Cry. Like, it's a good comparison. That sucks. I read that.
Have you heard about the AI voice work that's happening now?
Yeah, people can just fake it. They could just use AI.
I'm not crazy about that.
I don't think anyone is.
And it's not going to sound good. It's not going to sound good. No matter how much the technology develops, it's not going to be right.
Yeah, you can't, it just...
At best, it can mimic inflection, and mimicry is mimicry. It's just not going to work. It's going to be like fucking Troy Baker doing Mark Hamill Joker and sucking at it. Oh. Can I... Ah!
I could see them using that to fill in, like, an additional role, like, just, like, NPCs on the street.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. We are going to have a game where every NPC is an AI pretty soon here. Absolutely. I can see that coming from 5 blocks away.
Overkill, thank you for the $1 in the poop emoji.
Whoa! What in the hell?
Yeah, I wouldn't fight this.
Holy jeez. Looks like I don't have much choice. I gotta get the fuck out of here.
Need a shotty or a machine gun.
I do. I feel like I'm overdue for a weapon upgrade.
Debonair Nerd, thoughts on a Liam Neeson in a Naked Gun reboot?
No. You need someone who's known for, like, serious cop roles. Because that was why Leslie Nielsen was so great in that series and in those movies, right? Was because he had been a serious actor for a long time and hadn't done much comedy. So he played it completely straight, and that's part of what made The Naked Gun so fucking funny.
Fast Tony. It's a beautiful, thunderous, and rainy night here in California right now. A nice cup of joe, an angry bit of razor, and noir vibes. Favorite noir films taking place in the rain.
Taking place in the rain? That doesn't narrow it down.
Yeah.
The Blue Dahlia is one of my all-time favorites, written by Raymond Chandler, starring Alan Ladd and Veronica Lake. The whole movie is set in the rain. I think it's storming the entire time. Great movie.
Skullduggery, why aren't hand jobs called beef jerkies? That's pretty good.
More of sausage jerky or something. Of course, with Terran, it's called Slim Jim.
Yeah.
What?
Comic genius. The new guy. Do you like or dislike the Left 4 Dead franchise?
I don't have a lot of experience with it. I like the concept of it. I love the idea of 4-player co-op and being surrounded by zombies and whatever. I think I played a little bit of it.
Yeah, I did too.
Like a little bit. Was it me and you played a little multiplayer on it?
We might have. God,
Back
that
in
would have
the
been
day,
a long time ago.
Yeah, a long-ass time ago. But I remember enjoying it for what it was.
Yeah, yeah.
Kind of like Dying Light. Like, I really dug the first Dying Light. Second one doesn't do a whole lot for me, but the first one is still a blast to play. Co-op.
Opinionated Junkie. Hot take. Russia now and back in the 20th century are overrated as a European power. Well, I can see that as they're not in Europe. Climate.
That's Eastern Europe.
Climate assisted with victories again. Hitler and Napoleon. Game Translator, thank you for the 50. I'm sorry if I missed this earlier. Hey Razor, what aspects of Final Fantasy VIII do you like? I have a soft spot for it myself, even though I know it has big problems.
Yeah, I mean, I like the GF idea, although it's implemented pretty clunkily. I like the idea that you're just a bunch of school kids. You know, you're literally just like, you're being trained for some. I like the kind of conspiracy aspect of it too, that they're actually like guinea pigs in a giant fucking experiment kind of a thing. There's kind of a weird paranoid sci-fi thing going on in Final Fantasy VIII a little bit. And I like some of the boss fights too. I think that game is sort of the last time where that, it was like the one and only time that art style and that kind of idiosyncratic approach was really justified. There also the fucking soundtrack, every bit as good as Final Fantasy VII. Doesn't get nearly as much praise, but just as good. What about over here? This guy's house has got to be around here somewhere.
Creeper weirdo. These people, AI will make all art in the future. Also have these people, CGI effects are so unconvincing. Practical effects are much better. I don't know if those are the same groups of people saying that.
9/11.
So Yubi-san, if The Long Moonlight was made into a movie or series, would you approve of them, and what kind of actors would fit the protagonists?
If they bought the rights to make it, then yeah, I mean that's fair. I would be pretty careful about who I gave the rights to, but yeah, I mean, I would approve of it. That'd be pretty cool. As far as actors, yeah, I don't know. The character is on the younger side. Like, Xerxes is more like in his 20s. He's actually still learning how to kind of do what he does, as described in the books. So he's like kind of late, like mid to late 20s kind of thing. And a little less experience. That's one of the things that sets him apart from other thiefy characters, Robin Hood and Garrett and stuff like that. So I don't know. It would have to be someone in that kind of age range, and I don't pay enough attention to Hollywood or really give a fuck to know who would fit that. Let's see here.
Motorhead for life.
I didn't picture anyone in my head, let's put it that way, when I was writing him.
I stopped by here a while ago to say that I liked your Motorhead Metal Mythos. The band I'm in has made a decent footprint in our town now. Thanks
Sweet.
for giving me hope. Godspeed.
Godspeed. I'm glad to hear that. Okay, it's I'm on the wrong... I'm in the wrong place, I feel like. I'm... Moreland Avenue between Higgs and Benevolent Tides. I'm not seeing Benevolent Tides.
Big McLarge Huge, do you plan to do a video review of Eric July's first comic?
I haven't read it yet. It's awesome. A lot of people seem to be enjoying it, though.
Moss Live, this game looks like a Baltimore simulator.
Kinda. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm not seeing this North Salvation Harbor.
Is Blues something you listen to?
Benevolent Tides Road. Higgins... There we go. That's where it was. Right there. It's right there. I'm going to place that there.
Is Blues something you listen to? Sometimes?
Yeah, sometimes.
I mean, it's not an all-the-time thing. I enjoy it when I hear it.
I like Howlin' Wolf. I like some of that stuff. Robert Johnson.
Audacity. Ever get your royalties from CDPR stealing your likeness in Cyberpunk?
Right. Well, they didn't wind up using me in the game, so... They went with the inferior Keanu Reeves. No. Although I don't like... I do like the original design a little better. Looked a little more rock star-ish. Keanu just looks like Keanu.
Comstar Knight. Space AT&T agrees with your statement. Your service agreement for the HPG network has been paid. Also, what's your opinion on Grand Funk Railroad?
Man, again with the Grand Funk Railroad. I don't really have an opinion because I don't really care.
Where's the new Epstein Island? That's the question. You don't have that massive list of clients just stop cold turkey, do you?
Yeah. Well, do you think he was the only one? Come on.
That's also true. More business for his competitors. But we'll never find out who the clients or competitors are because the FBI's sitting on all the evidence. What evidence, you ask? Stop asking questions. Siberius, just want to say, I'm right now stationed on a 2-year tour in Korea. Your streams are one of the things that helps me cope with being away.
Wow.
Glad we can brighten up your morning? Is it morning? Day? There.
Be careful of the hookers down there.
Yep.
I'm just saying.
Tentacle monsters, all of them.
You get yourself a wicked case of the fucking mutant clap over there.
A bad case of the blank. Just you fill it in with your own thing. You're probably right.
Higgs Road.
The new guy, any opinions on 1911s from Rock Island Armory?
I've heard they're pretty good. The tea sauce and whatever, but keep in mind, these are budget-priced 1911s. So you're going to get what you pay for, but you'd be surprised at how reliable they'll be, even for the price point.
It's about 2:50 p.m. in Seoul? Okay.
Yeah. They're pretty cost-effective. If you want a nice, cheap, like, shooter, just a shooter. Something to take to the range and not worry too much about, you know, how it looks and blah, 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 then, dude, you go for it. I wonder where this motherfucker's house is. It should be here.
Your vote is your choice. Choose wisely.
Whoa. Ugh. Just throwing up some seaweed. So, if fish people are eating at a fish market, I don't want to be crass here.
Look, fish eat each other all the time. It's just the widely accepted thing. Bigot. Jar of Mayo. Any upcoming bands that show any promise?
Dude, go watch my top 6 new wave of heavy metal bands. There's an entire movement going on in metal right now and hard rock that is really, really encouraging. And some of these bands, like Ghost, for example, have gotten really big. Ghost were one of the early bands in this movement. Let's see here. I need some bullets.
Hold on a second, the list updated and I lost my place.
All right.
Here we are.
It's not a fedora, it's a trilby.
Most life, also Black fan here and big MJ fan. I just want to say thank you, Razor.
Oh, Godspeed. Yeah, I might be talking about another kind of fucked up judicial case pretty soon here that you guys will have heard of. And it's gonna get me just as much hate as the Michael Jackson rebuttal did.
Ooh.
And the Cosby rebuttal did. That's all I'll say. It's a big case that you've heard of. And it's sounding like I'm gonna be talking to people who were involved in it.
Oh, was it that thing you told me
That
about?
thing.
Oh.
That thing. But first I have to, there's an HBO series about it right now. That's the only hint I'll give. And I need to watch the full series because I think Season 2 is about to come out. So I need to watch Season 1, get into Season 2, and kind of judge for myself. Because I've already seen some documentaries about the subject, and I kind of know that something's off. But I want to watch that series and kind of really determine, okay, here's what's really... Because it's the same producer as Leaving Neverland. There's a big red flag for you.
No, it's not the Dahmer thing.
Oh, God, that was fucking horrible. I think the worst thing about it is HBO wasn't even the first one to do that, dude. Fucking Tubi TV did an original Dahmer documentary that turned the entire thing into... Oh, it was discrimination against gays and LGBT representation.
I thought you said it was going to be a musical.
The whole fucking thing was that. Huh. Maybe it's the flag thing here.
Flabbergasted, how do you deal with someone who has TDS? They bring him up out of nowhere constantly. Can't disagree because then it's an attack on them. Can't disassociate because I live with them. Ugh.
Well, a really good thing to recommend was the guy who did a better job than anybody at just shutting down. Look, I opposed Donald Trump in the primaries. I didn't think he was the best candidate in 2016 and the beginning of the primary process even before that. And the videos, it's actually a series of videos that really disabused me of a lot of the misconceptions that I had picked up over the years from just false media coverage of him, was The Truth About Donald Trump, which was by Stefan Molyneux. And those videos are still up. They're just on other platforms. Obviously, after Molyneux got deplatformed by YouTube for no good fucking reason, those videos were no longer up on YouTube. But they are up. And you should watch them. They're still relevant. It was just lie after lie, most of which are still being bandied about by people on the left. And boy, if you just fed them one or both of those videos, I bet you right away they would have to admit a lot of their misconceptions were wrong. Because it did to me. I was forced to confront the fact that I was wrong. I was mistaken about what I had been told and what I believed.
New guy. XWAU 2020 Mega Patch is a huge graphical upgrade for the original X-Wing Alliance game. VR compatible and looks amazing, just FYI. Yeah, we've both seen the gameplay. It looks great.
Yeah, I've already got XWA upgrade, but they're really going ham now with XWA upgrade. I've had the previous versions of it, and actually we streamed it a few times. But the new one looks almost like to the graphic quality of Star Wars Squadrons. Like, it's almost to that point.
Get off my ship, you newcomer rat. Get off my ship, you newcomer rat.
Get off my plane.
Imperial Guardsman, any thoughts on Legend of the Five Rings RPG or card game?
Not, I don't think I'm familiar with it.
Kratos Descended, I'm getting major vampire vibes from this. Not really.
Yeah, I don't think so. There's a lot more investigation, and there's not so much dialogue persuasion in this, and the combat is totally different. So I don't think so.
Viewer newest Padres eliminated the Dodgers.
Yes! Boners. I mean, I kind of knew going in. I didn't think the Dodgers had all the pieces. The Padres don't spend as much money, although they do have a big budget. They don't spend as much money as the Dodgers, so they don't have as many quote-unquote superstars. But I think they work better as a team than the Dodgers. I've said since the beginning, I think the dark horse in this postseason is the Guardians. I think the Padres... I don't think the Mariners have a good enough team. I don't know what's going on with them right now, but I don't think the Mariners are quite up to snuff. Glad to see them in the postseason, but I don't think they're quite up to snuff. But I think the Padres and Astros, maybe. We'll see. Astros and Phillies might be... I don't know. We'll see. I'm still up in the air on that, but I think the dark horse is the Guardians. The Guardians can surprise you. Because, again, the thing about MLB postseason is, and this is the most fucked up and the coolest thing about baseball, is the best team doesn't always end up winning the World Series. In fact, some of the best teams ever have been left in the dust and not even gone to the postseason. You know, hell, we were just talking about the Mariners. The 2001 Mariners were fucking unbelievable. They were maybe the best team in baseball the year... in 2001, and they didn't wind up going to the World Series, and they ate shit in the postseason, and it happens, you know? It's really about the team that heats up at the right time. That's really what it is. 2002, classic example. The Angels were not the best team in baseball, and the fucking Giants weren't even the best team in their division, right? But they wind up in the World Series because they were they heated up at the right time. And the other teams cooled off at the right time. That's just how it is, you know? So, and the Guardians went into the postseason fucking white hot, dude.
Camino Uni.
Okay, so I got a clue there.
If noir is a crime film shot like a horror film, does the opposite exist of a horror film shot like a crime film?
Yeah. I would say so. There's a few. What am I thinking of? The Black Cat.
You're letting me loose?
Some of those early horror films from like the 50s and 40s and shit were definitely very similar in terms of aesthetic to crime films. What am I thinking of? Night of the Demon is kind of like that. There's a few, actually. You'd be surprised. Okay.
Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah, although that's arguably a crime film, period.
The Invisible Man.
You could be right on that one.
A lot of Hitchcock.
Murders in the Rue Morgue.
A lot of Hitchcock stuff.
Definitely.
Raymond.
I wonder where the fuck... Okay, I'm looking for Squint.
Buddy got me
Not
long
his
moonlight.
first robbery in the... So... Okay, I think I know what I need to do. I think I need to go to the police station and look in their archives. Yes, let's go to the police department.
Raymond, Buddy got me long moonlight for my birthday. Love it. Also, picked up a Kimber Boot Campaign 1911 for myself. Damn pricey, but worth it.
Yeah, I've heard Kimbers can be a little pricey, but they're good. I was lucky enough, they had knocked a few dollars off of a actual Colt government model 1911, so I was able to actually buy a proper Colt 1911.
Murder, She Wrote is just crime. It's got nothing to do with
Yeah, that's all it
horror.
is. It's just a crime show.
Yeah. Brian, Padres for the win. Razor, what's your go-to American muscle? Mustang, Camaro, Charger?
Firebird.
Rip Chargers. Call it an unfortunate coincidence, but now they only charge. Artificial engine sound is cringe. Maka.
What? I can't dock here? Tough shit.
Blah, speaking of defending yourself in court, have you been watching the Kosha Parade Massacre trial?
Yes. Waukesha.
Waukesha.
I think that's how you pronounce it. Have you watched any of the Daryl Brooks stuff?
No, I have not.
The other day, they were like... So he's defending himself in his case. Whoa! The fuck? So he's defending him. He's representing himself at trial. And they're talking about how Daryl Brooks then drove the car into a bunch of people and killed them. And Daryl Brooks is like, may I just state for the record that I do not recognize that name. I don't know anyone named Daryl Brooks. Fucking... Oh, man. Wasting everyone's time. But, again, it's necessary, because he's so obviously guilty. You need to be 10 times as sure he's getting a fair trial. That's really what it's about. I agree with Rikita on that one. Would that Bill Cosby got the same treatment.
The Copper Owl. I need a pistol for a character of mine. It can be a famous gun, but it needs to be accurate. The character is a theatrical lich who hunts fairy folk.
In what time period? In what kind of setting? I think that has as much to do with...
Alamat. I'll just throw that out there. Why not? One-Eyed Snake 90. Welcome back. The Sabaton show in Nashville was amazing. Joaquin had
Hello,
to
officer.
actually...
Well, look who finally decided to show up. If it ain't Charles Reed, the genius that cracked the case of Albert Throgmorton. Captain Caleb Lyons at your service. What can we simpletons do to assist you, Mr. Holmes?
Problem, officer?
You and I have a problem, officer.
No. Aside from making everyone in the Oakmont Police Department look like idiots, let me be frank, newcomer. You ain't welcome. You slip up, don't cross a T or dot an I, and I'll treat you like every other criminal here.
Okay. Well, can I use the police archive in the meeting?
You can, but only because of Mr. Throgmorton's patronage. And heed me well, you're on mighty thin ice, and I'll be under it when it breaks.
All right. That's a comforting logo.
I'm going to assume it's Joaquin had to actually get us to stop cheering in order to move on to the next song more than once. Is the lead singer's name Joaquin?
Uh-huh.
Sabaton? Okay. I just want to make sure I got that right. Johnny Dollar, I'm thinking of getting a 6-shooter. Any recommendations?
Yeah,
Ruger?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Ruger revolvers. Vaquero's pretty cool. The Ruger Blackhawk is probably my favorite.
That sounds like the ISIS problem.
Right.
Bring me a body bag.
Property crimes.
People suggest a cult python. Look, pal, do you know how expensive a python is? As a starter gun? Come on. Draco, I don't think Democrats understand. Even if they get their wish and we can't vote for Trump, we'll just vote for someone like him. MAGA's going nowhere.
Moreland and Salvation. Okay. Moreland and Salvation. Oh, crimes lollygagging. Hang him!
DD Razor, do you have a folder you store screenshots from people who sent you Sabaton Metal Mythos win?
No, I should though.
So you can use in the future Metal Mythos video.
I should, honestly. Okay, so we are looking at freedom and no.
Paul Denton, feels weird I used to be friends with Nixon's cousin, who's a theistic Satanist. He hates your guts, in case you were wondering.
Moreland and Salvation. Fan of who? What?
He was friends with Nixon's cousin, who's a theistic Satanist. And he hates your guts.
Who's Nixon? Nixon, the president?
Yes.
I mean, what the fuck? You just pulled names out of the fucking thin air? I mean, what the fuck?
I'm assuming Richard Nixon.
Alright, I mean, okay, that's great. What the fuck? Who gives a shit?
Mitch James, is renewables or...
And I guess you would be fucking bitter about me when you're a talentless fucking sack of shit still writing on your goddamn cousin's name. The fact that this stranger fucking knows that you're Nixon's cousin probably says that's pretty much your only claim to fame, you little bitch. Anyway, so continue. Moreland, Higgs, and what the fuck?
No,
it is so annoying finding cross streets sometimes in this game.
I think that it was the cousin that hated you, not him.
That's what I'm saying. If he knows that he's the cousin of Nixon, then that's probably that guy's only claim to fame.
Oh.
So he's probably running around telling everybody.
Mitch James.
Right, like, I'm related to a couple famous people throughout history. Fucking guess who they are. Do you know what I mean? Alright, Salvation Harbor, west of the intersection of Moreland and Salvation. Okay.
Mitch James, is
so
renewables or...
It's the actual... Here we go. Salvation. I'm not seeing it. Okay, I see. It's west of there. Gotcha.
Is renewables or nuclear the future for energy?
They're not renewable, so no. Okay, that's... Here we go.
Oh, Copper Owl clarifies the setting is a late 1800s to 1930s tech noir set.
What?
So, I guess just a revolver. Just pick a revolver and you'll be fine. Calgore, as a writer, I find reading bad work more helpful and inspiring than great work. And that's why I've read everything Alan Moore has ever written. Brian, thank you for the 20.
Oh, I keep forgetting. I should be leveling up. That's probably why I keep eating shit.
Razör, thank you for the Durango translations. Your introduction to BD and heralding of the Iron Age has restored my faith in comics. It's awesome sharing these new artists and storytellers with my kids. A sincere thank you.
Godspeed.
I'll go back to Streamlabs once I'm done here. Mercenary X.
Yeah, this game's supposed to be fun, not a life and death struggle.
I wonder if you can increase your base health.
One-Eyed Snake 90, who wins in a fight? Sergeant York or Adrian Carton? Who?
Huh?
Dylan, do you have any top power metal albums?
Yeah, I mean, Demons and Wizards, Touched by the Crimson King, Manowar, Louder Than Hell, that kind of stuff. Well, don't take damage, whatever you do. Let's sink 7 rounds into a single enemy in a game where bullets are fucking impossible to find. Oh boy. Oh great, the enemies have projectiles. That makes one of us.
Henry, I still laugh that Alan Moore wrote Rorschach as a parody of Mr. A, and he ends up being the fan favorite character.
Yep.
He's mad. He's completely mad.
Chandler, any portable game recommendations?
Portable game recommendations?
Like, PSP, 3DS?
Oh, not really. I don't generally have portable gaming systems.
I've had a couple. I mean, if you still have those old systems, I mean, number one, just get a Switch. Like, the Switch is great, especially for portable gaming. But if you're like talking PSP or 3DS, like, they redid Ocarina of Time on 3DS and Majora's Mask. God, PSP. 3rd birthday. No.
Right.
God, what a piece of shit.
Turd birthday.
Turd birthday. God, what was that one PSP game? It was like you used body parts to power up. It was kind of like Monster Hunter or what's that other one? Yeah, Gravity Rush is still good. And the GTA PSP games are still good.
Breath of Fire 3 was released on PSP.
That's true.
As was Street Fighter Alpha 3, the best Street Fighter game.
God Eater. Yeah, God Eater's really good, but it's another one. It was a darker, more edgy. But it was like God Eater and Monster Hunter.
For the dusk of time is at hand. Here's the prophecy inscribed in the blood.
Yeah, I'm definitely not in the right place now.
It was a smaller game. Soul Sacrifice, thank you. And that's a Vita game. Fuck. Who the hell owns a Vita anymore?
Dude, there is a cult of PlayStation Vita.
I know.
And it is obnoxious.
I know.
Gang, the PlayStation Vita is not a personality trait.
Kane. Wow, this is coming up a lot tonight. What's your opinion of Alan Moore?
Oh, really? Well, I recommend you watch my rant on Alan Moore. Just as relevant today as it was then. It's so funny. Everybody's mad at Alan Moore for saying the same shit he said years ago that I reacted to in that rant. He just reiterated the exact same thing he had already said. So funny. I can't believe how many people are not aware Alan Moore's a complete fucking pube.
It's a strange thing.
Just, gang, think for yourselves. Fucking read Watchmen. Really examine it from a story, structure, and pacing standpoint. And then ask yourself if it's actually that well written and actually that good. And I don't think the answer you'll arrive at is this is the greatest comic ever written. I do not think. Judging it by those objective criteria, I don't think it stacks up.
Sorry, just adjusting my microphone.
South.
And Cameron, what is your favorite video game box art and most hated?
Favorite? Boy, that's a good one. Favorite video game box art?
Robot Alchemic Drive. No, sorry.
I love the original Thief the Dark Project art, where it's like so dark that you almost can barely see Garrett. You can just see that his bow is drawn, and he's wearing like a hood, and everything else is just shadow. I love that. The original Deus Ex cover art is great.
It is. It is, actually. Oh, and most hated?
Mech Warrior 3 with the fucking Mad Cat on the cover was great. Least favorite? Oh god, the original Mega Man 2 box art.
Oh god,
in America,
yeah.
I mean.
Yeah,
Fuck. There's gotta be. This has gotta be where he is. He's gotta be in like this building over here, and these fucking monsters are guarding it. What can you think of bad box art?
Oh god, there's so many out there. I mean, there's bad box art for good games.
Damn it. Ah, I'm gonna die. This guy's just calmly walking around like do-do-do. No, he's not in here. He's not in here at all, so I'm wondering where this guy's house is. This is weird. I'm right in the area where it said I need to go. Maybe it's like in here. Maybe that's more so where it is, like in this little block here.
Good night, Mithrin. Mitch James, your review or thoughts on this game?
Yeah, I honestly should have reviewed this when it came out, but I didn't. The problem is I didn't get it until quite a while after it had already been launched. I really enjoy this game. I think it's one of the better Frogware games, honestly. Just the dumb part is, of course... Oh, fuck! This was... Of course it was. Great. Now I have no ammo. Okay, let me craft some real quick. My big criticisms would primarily be leveled at the combat. Which is not really something that Frogware's known for, right? I wouldn't expect them to be that great at combat. But everything that it needs to accomplish, atmosphere, you know, a Lovecraftian kind of vibe to it, it does better than pretty much any other game in its category. I mean, it's really one of the better Lovecraft games that's ever been released. But yeah, you know, it came out in 2019, so it had some, you know, black Innsmouthers and shit like that. Like, just dumb, fucking revisionist, the standard shit that you expect.
Wandering Mystic, thank you for the $1. The Grizzly, thank you for the
Didn't
20.
I see you in Silent Hill 2? that guy magically take 1 extra bullet to kill?
Oh no, combat!
shame.
I'm going insane.
Right? Alright, let's
The Grizzly, thank you for the 20. How much longer do you think the mainstream media will cover for Joe's dementia? Will they wait till after the midterms and throw him under the bus? Or will they keep him around as long as
something
possible?
is clearly going on. I've said from the beginning I'm not completely sold on dementia, necessarily. It could be a few things. Michael Savage is an epidemiologist in addition to being an awesome radio host. And he suggested some other alternative hypotheses that are I find kind of interesting. His weird shuffling gait and his problems with speech and cognition are actually also symptoms of Parkinson's. And you know, other people have suggested other things that might be going on. Plus, and I've said this from the very beginning, he could just be an old man who's losing his marbles. This happens all the time. It doesn't necessarily mean he has to have Alzheimer's. He could just, you get fucked to be, he's about to turn fucking 80 years old, people, next month. It could literally be that simple. We've all had old relatives who have lost their fucking marbles. It happens. Happens every day. But I think, to answer your question, they're really just trying to keep him going until his term is over. Because I think they have somebody waiting in the wings. He was a stopgap president. That's really what he's always been.
I'm happy to say I've never been hungry enough to consider eating whatever this is. I'm happy to say I've never been hungry enough to consider
Punk City? Hey, Razor, I was curious about your opinions on the Silent Hill games. Hashtag the Jones will ride again. Well, I've got good news for you. We've got an entire retrospective.
Yes! We did a whole retrospective on the Silent Hill series. And then, I believe Downpour came out after we put that out. And then we reviewed Downpour, so...
Quake 4 regarding other people not noticing enemies. And, oh no, combat, I'm going insane. What if the enemies are imaginary? Well, I mean, other people have acknowledged that they exist.
That's true.
Maybe it's like a group imagination
They're called
thing?
wild beasts. And yes, it's a shared mania, so... What is going on here? Do I have to, like, break that? Aha.
Rest in peace.
Nick Croner. Rest in peace, Miss Lansbury. Going to have to watch Bed Knobs and Broomsticks in memoriam. My favorite live-actiony Disney film. Also, how do we send you games, Razor? Have 2 games I'd love for you to experience.
I mean, they just... first off, you don't need to. People just send them to me over Steam.
Yeah, we don't ask for
I have
gifts.
lots of games, don't worry. And I got Game Pass. Don't worry about it. No need. But thank you.
Semi-L the Infamous. Legacy of Kain, your thoughts?
I killed him.
I love Legacy of Kain.
What in the world have I done?
Alright.
Read that. Infinity Hand, are you a fan of Duke Nukem? Not forever, but the other games.
Yeah, I played a lot of the earlier games and enjoyed them. Oops. Well, a dead guy upstairs, probably. Alright.
Yes.
Looks like
Kitty
Squint
wants
was having
attention.
a bad day. Survived getting shot just to be stabbed to death. But who
I've read
did
all
it?
of this. We might be caught up, but I will check. Ambient space noise, thank you for the 2.
I'll fix what that old ape lover Francis did to you.
Huh. Is that the professor? Wait a minute. What is this?
Park! Get away from the... Oh, thank the gods. I thought you were another monster.
Oh, pollo!
Nice trick with the wall. How'd you manage it?
Oh, I took it to the end of the rainbow.
She put the wall there with some kind of hocus pocus.
Sydney Stokes, I presume.
Aye, that's right. Do I know you?
Don't think so. I'm here about Herbert Glover. I believe you know him. Or, should I say, knew him.
Okay.
You said she put the wall here.
She's our employer. I don't know her name or anything. She promised us a good payout for a simple job. And I fell for it like a chump.
What did she hire you to do?
The job seemed simple enough. Go to the collector's house, grab some fancy mirror, and then hoof it out of there.
So where's this?
She took it. When me and Phil met her with the goods, they got into a big blowout and she shivved him. Okay, what am I to do now? Phil was the idea guy, I'm just a sap.
Come on, paint me a picture. What did this woman look like?
A filthy fucking whore!
Thin, very thin. Just skin and bones. Mean like a rattlesnake. That's all I can remember. I didn't look too close at her.
Sorry, feckin' whore.
Were you hired to kill the collector, too? Or was that just for laughs?
I swear to okay, it wasn't part of the plan. It was an accident. The guy started shooting at us and I panicked.
You panicked? Really? That's your excuse?
Please, SK is my witness. I didn't mean to kill anyone. I'll give you everything I have. Just let me walk.
It's fucking distracting. Oh, good!
Well, you've had quite a night. Break-in, theft, and manslaughter. I'm gonna have to report this.
Please, I'll get the char for this.
You promise?
Should have thought of that before you killed a man.
Punk City, that Silent Hill question was the most expensive YouTube search I've ever done.
Alright.
Sons of Liberty. Fun fact about how polls matter. I'm drunk. Technically in public. My neighbor could have called 911 and sent me to jail. I turned my something over to him, walk back to my house.
The combination of this guy not being able to speak and you not being able to read.
Could be in jail right now. Obviously not. If he was a lib, he would have sent me to jail. Zedekiah, how do you feel about Jaws?
I'm Troy McClure. You may remember me from such streams as Socialist versus Volcano, Debate of the Titans, and my Metal Gear made an entire generation game, a 7-part video essay.
Where is, oh god, it's way over there. No, I should fast travel. Let me go back.
So how do you feel about Jaws?
Jaws? I like Jaws. I remember for a history of literature and film class I took once, I had to read the book and then watch the movie and compare and contrast them in like essay form. And I cannot remember for the life of me much about Jaws, the book, but I love the movie.
Tyler, have you seen The Lighthouse?
No.
It was a recent Willem Dafoe movie.
No.
Apparently he has a really great rant in it. And that 50 that we got was from Sierra. Thank you very much. I don't think actual artists have anything to fear from so-called AI art. I do think that AI art will expose a lot of so-called creatives for the uninspired hacks that they are. No wonder why Movie Bob is freaking out about it.
I mean, you wonder why Movie Bob would even give a shit. He doesn't have talent at the thing that he does, let alone fucking painting and drawing. Like, what the fuck?
John Q. Ghost, thank you for all the donos.
I hate when people are offended on the behalf of other people.
Yeah.
That always fucking bothers me.
Demaster, after getting blown the fuck out by Project Veritas saying hello, I dedicate this song to Katie Hobbs. Artist, Seven Dust, album, Seasons, song, Coward.
Just a moment, guys. I think the kitty needs to be fed.
Samael the Infamous, the main difference in Jaws, the book, is that Hooper nails Brody's wife. Oh, wow. I did not know that. HP Lovecraft, thank you for the 20. Oh, I actually read that one already. Hope you had a good time in Ottawa. Noobnut, yeah, thank you for the 5. Draco, no respect, I tell you. I try to be romantic with my girlfriend, and my son changes my name on his phone to Pedo Pete. That's a question. I'll ask it when he comes back. Happy Plague, Doctor. Welcome back. Alec Baldwin walks free and has resumed shooting his movie. Oh, you know they'll just fucking use that as a... Huh? Oh. Oh. It's a joke. I got memed on. HP Lovecraft,
How did you not see that one? How did you not? Heard they actually had to shoot the movie, reload the film, and shoot it again.
Yeah. What can I say? I missed my mark.
Right. Well, don't go off half-cocked. I'm just saying.
It was a loaded question.
Right. Alright, let's get
Mugen Lifestyle. Epoch Times mentioned the illegal immigrants are attaining legal citizenship.
Yeah.
How do you think that will impact the elections? They're going to find out that a lot of Mexican nationals are very conservative.
Alright. It's over here.
Extra. All the news that's fit for print.
I've looked into your delicate matter.
Excellent. Don't spare me any details.
Glover's dead. He was killed by a man named Sidney
Slowly
Stokes, who
morphing
happened to
into
be
King
robbing his
Kong
place.
pin.
He wasn't working alone. He had a partner, Phil O'Connell. Didn't end up much better. All over some kind of mirror, apparently.
Truck. Where is the mirror now?
Their employer has it. Some mystery woman. I didn't get her name, but she obviously wasn't fooling around.
I see. So, my enigmatic competitor has finally shown her hand. And the thieves are both dead, you say?
Sidney Stokes managed to make it out in one piece. Now, if I had to guess, he's probably holed up at his home. Want the address?
I would welcome it. I'll take pleasure in, educating him on some, shall we say, essential truths.
Like masturbating in the corner of my cage and throwing shit at tourists.
All right. I've held up my end of the bargain. Now, it's your turn.
Of course, Mr. Reed. Here's your payment. Now that you know everything, would you accept the second part of the job?
Let me guess. You want me to track down the mirror?
Yes. And the one who so rudely snatched it from my grasp.
I'm on it. Only got one lead, though. Our culprit had a bone to pick with someone named Francis. Mean anything
York
to you?
Morgan.
Yes. That is without doubt my father, Francis Throgmorton. May rest his soul.
The mirror vanished in the night. To not find it would be a blight. So says Mr. Stewart.
What's he got to do with this?
Fucking love that game.
I found mention of the mirror in his records. That's what led me to take interest.
Your father was a prominent man. I'm sure he had enemies. Anyone come to mind?
None would outlive him.
You mentioned your father left records. Mind if I take a gander at them?
The prospect of you rifling through my father's possessions does not fill me with joy, Mr. Reed. But if that's what you need, so be it. Take this key.
Joey, thank you for the 2. Sideburns, thank you for the 3. Saint Ajora, thank you for the 666. Right that. Right that. Sir Ubisoft, thank you for the 2. Copperhead Snake, Throgmorton is a reference to a very obscure Lovecraft story. Hats off to the devs for acknowledging HP's other works besides Cthulhu. Mark, thank you for the 5. I think I read this one. The Kiss album, Revenge.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure. The Grizzly. There are dozens of hybrid races in Cthulhu. The ape people are one. The fish people are another. There's the snake people, which are in Conan, too.
Now I believe I have to go to the police station and check their archives again.
Oh, fine, Saint Ajora. Are you familiar with Mr. Welch?
No, I'm not.
He's a tabletop personality and a pretty solid dude. Read that, read that. I think we are catching up here.
Sweet. Let us.
Just need to,
I wonder how you unlock the other outfits in this game. If that's just something you get when you complete the game, or you have to buy them, or.
Sir Ubisoft, Dick Cheney or Alec Baldwin trusted with a gun? You give them both a gun and just put them in a room together. What happens, happens.
At least Cheney had the pretext of being on a hunting trip.
One-Eyed Snake 90, we all know Tarantino likes to include homages to works he likes.
Right.
Do you think the slave Blueberry in Django Unchained was a Mobius reference?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. Because that's such a random name. Either that or it was the writer. I don't know who wrote that, if it was Tarantino himself. I know he writes a lot of his own movies. But, okay, let's see here.
People can talk shit about this game all they want, but the lighting is fantastic. Especially when you're outside in the fog. That was really cool. I think we got asked this last week. What's your favorite Federation starship from Star Trek?
Yeah, Nebula class.
Yeah. For me, it would be... The Miranda's pretty cool. Galaxy class, obviously, is top tier.
Throughout the city. Okay.
In fiction, there is a class called an Avalon.
Attack, I see. Okay. Attack, not... Let's see here. It has to be a violent crime.
In, Avalon class, which is a fighter carrier. That's very cool.
There we go.
Galactic Emperor Schlurm just finished a book on War of the Roses. If you want an easy argument against monarchies, read about that show. Great miniature line, though. What?
Okay. So I gotta go to the fish market now. All right. Now, where the hell was that fish market again? I was there earlier.
Goob, you should really check out the new Megadeth album. I actually think you might like it.
I don't like...
Start with the title track. Copperhead Snake, thank you for the 5.
Orchard and Holy Fire Lane.
Read that, read that.
Shells. There it is. Alrighty. Just gotta get to a fast travel, and then I can, yeah, go there. There's a fast travel right next to me.
Did you guys play this game from the beginning like last stream? No, we continued. We continued.
We continued from the last stream that we did.
No reason to start over. Zetsway Knox.
So this will be part 2, I suppose.
Did you hear the new Queen song? It was from the Miracle album.
What was it?
It's called You Have to Go It Alone. So we get to hear Freddie again.
I may have heard it already. It may have been leaked already. Because I've heard pretty much all of the cutting room floor stuff on The Miracle. By the way, The Miracle's like maybe my favorite Queen album. It's super underrated. And on that album, they like... Freddie had revealed that he had AIDS, right? Right before they recorded that album. So they like hit the studio really hard because they couldn't tour, right? Because they knew he was in failing health. So consequently, they recorded like, oh my God, like, I forget what the exact amount was at the end of the day. It was like well over 20 tracks and only released whatever the final number was, like 8 tracks on the actual album. So there's a shitload of unreleased Queen stuff from the Miracle era.
Titanic forces are at work. Infinitely greater than ourselves. Unknowable. Incomprehensible. There will be sacrifice. There will be loss. There will be darkness. But these
are the hallmarks of a pivotal moment in time. And each of us has a part to play.
Interesting speech. You really think there's an upside to all this?
Absolutely. The darker the day, the brighter we can
Even
all
this guy's
shine.
not black-pilled. And he's about to be eaten by Cthulhu.
Soon. All that's needed is faith. I am called Evernote Blackwood.
Blackwoods,
and
that's
this
the
is
guys who
place
control the
I have
underworld.
chosen to share my message. Please, come to one of my full sermons.
Charles Reed. Good to meet you. Blackwood. You're a member of the Grand Family.
I am indeed the last of that line. Inheritor of an empty mansion and a severed history.
I'll see you around.
Take as much as you need. It won't cost you a penny. Fish? Fresh fish? Take as much as you need. It won't cost you a penny. Don't be shy. We have enough for everyone.
I've heard that I can find an organization hereabouts that goes by
Yeah,
the
I
name
can't
of
smell
the
it. Could you
EOD.
close your legs?
Am I in the right place?
You sure are. I happen to be a representative of the EOD. Pleased to meet you. My name's Anna. Can I help you with something?
Charles Reed. Just a few questions, if I may.
Of course. Ask away, Charlie.
What is the EOD? I mean, what do you do as an organization?
Well, we are a non-profit charitable organization. Actually, it's better to say that we're a
So
gathering
evil by
of
default.
volunteers. We're not an official charity yet. As for what we do, we try to help ease the suffering in our city as much as we can.
Oh. How do you do that?
We provide fish for the hungry and fix the homes of the poor. We also patrol the streets at night to keep the wild beasts and bandits at bay.
Yeah, and you're
And
doing a
many,
bang-up job at that,
many
as I
more
can
things.
see.
Whatever needs doing. Anything to help the people, Charlie.
It's been great chatting with you, but I'm actually here to speak with the EOD leadership. You know where I can find them?
Not so fast, Charlie. Nobody meets the top brass without being a member. You need to earn a rank in the EOD first.
Oh, you're kidding me. What for?
You need to prove yourself. Show us through your actions
9/11.
that you're worth our time. No offense, Charlie.
What is EOD?
Everyone's obvious duty.
Gross.
When we began, it also had is to help each other, but we dropped that part. It was a little bit wordy.
So,
We don't do this for money, Charlie. We do this because it's the right thing to do. Think of it as working towards a higher purpose.
Commie bullshit.
I was gonna say something if you weren't.
That all depends on what skills you can offer us. What do you do best?
well, I'm afraid my resume's in my
I
other
put
jacket.
bamboo shoots into people's
Let me see.
fingernails. Does that count?
I was in the Navy during the war. And ever since it ended, I've been a private eye.
The sea provides. Turns out we have a job that's a perfect fit for you.
I'm certainly speaking with a C.
Okay.
Well, last night someone tried to break into our fish storage room. Luckily, the guards scared him off, but I fear they'll be back to finish the job. That's why we've been busy today, giving away all the fish to the people. We'd rather it get into the hands of the needy than to some thief.
And you want me to find whoever this thief is, right?
Do it.
You're smart, Charlie. I like
Good
it.
timing.
Exactly.
Fine. Count me in.
Good. Thank you. Here's the address. Tell the guard the password, I serve the sea, and he'll let you into the storeroom.
I serve seafood. Got it.
See you later.
I'm not in the mood, newcomer. If you want to talk, see Anna. She's in charge here.
Time. Thank you for the 245 bits.
Do you want a fishy?
On the conservative side, who would you do an interview with when it comes to conservative media, whether again or for the first time?
I would love to. Michael Savage was the whole reason I got into talk radio, so I would love to interview him.
That's a good choice. Orion Slaver, welcome back. Another Razör and Terran stream? I'm going insane. Mitch James, have you heard Christopher Lee's heavy metal?
Yes,
absolutely.
It's fucking great.
Man's a legend.
Do you shed the blood of the Saxon men, Terran?
I mean, every opportunity I get.
Yeah.
We might be caught up here. I think we are. Okay, let's, oh. Orion Slaver again. Somewhat topical. I'm in the process of building a diorama of the Dreadlord Cthulhu himself, rising from the sea to attack a ship. Not exactly original as far as dioramas go, but it's my first hobby project on this scale.
Sweet.
Very cool. Take pictures. Send us pictures. Crispy. This is going to sound horrible, but freedom of choice and being able to cause this city to sink faster would have made this game more appealing. Well, I mean, they're working with a budget here.
Yeah, Frogwares is not a big developer. This is actually, like, far and away the most ambitious thing they've done in terms of scope. And I think they did a pretty good job.
They did a very good job.
Let's put it this way. I would rather them consolidate their vision into something that's manageable while stretching themselves and actually pull it off than get too ambitious, not pull it off, fuck up, and then have to hire a fucking bunch of propaganda bots on Twitter to pretend that Cyberpunk 2077 is good. I mean, what?
Not sure that counts as a Freudian slip.
Right.
Especially if you mean it. Bugging me, thank you for the 100 bits. So says Mr. Stewart. Will you be revisiting the sequel to Deadly Premonition? Last time you played was 2020. Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was. I'd like to.
Yeah, I still have it. You can hook up the old Switch. Or, is the PC version out, guys? Is that on Steam? Sure, chat. Notify me immediately. Alex, hi Razör, love your content. Will you ever make a Queensryche Metal Mythos?
I could definitely see doing that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, it is on Steam. Yeah, so we could definitely do that. We would have to start over again, so that's a lot of dialogue. One second.
No? Huh.
Read that one, read that. So 837.
The guard. I don't see a guard. Let's see.
Whisk Pennies, thank you for the 500 bits. Doesn't say anything, but thank you. Very much appreciated. Crossfire, last one for tonight. Crazy times we live in. Never thought I would be willing to stand alongside Alex Jones and his army of gay frogs, but here we are. Mercenary X, also can I say on Hunt Showdown, the Beetle doesn't break the game. The fact that they changed the prices and all the traits, on the other hand, might be a different story. Still good.
I don't care if it breaks the game. That's not why I oppose the Beetle. An Old West shooter does not need a drone camera. It doesn't belong there. It doesn't need to be fixed. It doesn't need to be rebalanced. It needs to be removed. I'm not interested in playing a fucking Old West shooter with a fucking drone. It's just no. Huh. I'm at the right crossroads, but did it specify a specific...
Mitch James, your likes...
Lane.
Oh, sorry, he's researching.
Talking Lane. Oh, I see. I'm not far north enough.
Mitch James, your likes and dislikes of Alex Jones.
I mean, dislikes, he's done some sketchy shit, like on Y2K, he pretended that the Russians were fucking invading and shit like that. Go listen to those broadcasts, they're fucking disgusting. His behavior on Y2K was fucking abhorrent. Basically entirely for ratings, he just lied about shit that was going on New Year's evening. I mean, he literally was saying shit like, we have just received reports that there are landing craft in Florida with Russian markings. He was literally saying this shit. So that would be my least favorite thing. My favorite shit, of course, is all the memes.
The songs are definitely really good. Jack the Outcast just finished the first Legacy of Kain game. Now I'll tackle the great spans that even the great RazörFist cannot cross. Soul Reaver.
I serve the sea. Anna sent me here to investigate the recent break-in.
I think you're here on behalf of a sea.
Finally. I'm Daryl Grimes.
Yeah, you look like a Daryl Grimes.
Can you tell me what happened? Don't skimp on the details.
Don't shrimp on the detail. I mean...
Not much to tell, sadly. It was a man, that much I know. He snuck in while I was upstairs.
Name was
trying
Gil.
to steal the fishies, but I heard him. Nearly got him with a harpoon by Kay, but I missed in the dark. He got away, that Dane. But I wonder, why steal what you can get for free?
Yeah. Maybe they weren't paying him to scale. Anyway.
What did this burglar look like?
Same height as you.
I guess he was the one that got away.
I know.
Small. Nothing to write home about. An average Joe. If not for his bald head. That guy was as bald as an egg. I could see the moonlight reflecting off the top of his head.
And what did...
Nothing.
Where did he go?
Don't know, pal. He was way faster.
Weren't you one of my party members in Breath of Fire?
What's the deal with the...
Orders from the higher... Alright, here.
Okay.
Sir Ubisoft, have you made any characters inspired by Bronson?
Wow.
No.
He pierced a good inch of solid wood like it was nothing.
No, I would definitely say no.
Tony,
I am working on a Western.
Tony, don't be intolerant. He's not a frogman. He's a fishman.
Shit. Come on, bitch. Oh my god. Got it.
Little help here, fishman?
No shit.
Matthew Hammond, why are there so many people on the right willing to go after Alex Jones? How do they not realize they are next if this farce is allowed to continue? They believe in appeasement.
Got him.
They're hoping they won't be next.
Well, I think also there's still a lot of people on the right who don't like Trump, and Alex Jones was an early Trump supporter. So, and Alex Jones supported Trump on the basis that Trump was a little more aware of the corruption in the government, which Alex Jones had done some valid reporting on. It must be said. That's the thing. His show is primarily for entertainment purposes, but that doesn't mean he doesn't do valid reporting every now and then. That's why the lines are so blurred with InfoWars, is sometimes he's bang on the money.
Nice work. When I was a kid, I would have gone nuts for this. Well, if it was finished, that is.
Stealth Creations.
This guy
at
must
Parents'
really be into his
Rights
hobby to
in
have such
Education
impressive
Forum.
Tools.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt him. They showed how sibling parents could be involved, but little on grandparents. What thoughts would you give on idea of them staving off and avoiding old home by teaching kids? What? I'm not sure I understand.
Boy.
China. Hi there, Razor. What's your favorite WWE diva or vixen?
I don't see any wounds.
Diva or vixen?
Yeah.
Okay, back in the day, my favorite was probably Marlena / Terry Runnels. I liked her with Goldust, obviously, because I'm a big Goldust fan. Nowadays, I don't know that I have one. I don't really like how women's wrestling now is really about wrestling, and they're not good enough, frankly, for it to be all about wrestling.
Yeah.
So first it ate.
I like women who are more so valets now. People like Scarlett Bordeaux or whatever, like people who are not so much in ring.
A fish, and now it's dead. That's troubling.
Praise Blake. Favorite era of BattleTech?
Favorite era of BattleTech is probably about 30-50, 30-55. Just the beginning of the clan invasion and kind of the beginning of the Inner Sphere's counterattack.
And favorite mech in each weight class?
Light mech, Raven. Medium mech, Blackjack. The Omni mech version of the Blackjack. Heavy. That's alarming. Heavy is, what is my favorite heavy? I like the Dragon, but I'm trying to think of...
Rifleman?
If there's a better one. No, I do not care for the Rifleman, actually. There is a really obvious one that I'm not thinking of. I'll just say the Dragon for now. And then Assault is obviously the Mauler.
Disaffected Scientist. Regarding Worf on DS9, I appreciate how it takes a few episodes at least to show Worf acclimating to not being the ship's cop. P.S. Worf was correct in let he who is without sin. Was that a complete sentence? No. Roy Arbor.
Oh.
I hope you're having a good time. I started watching DS9 per your recommendation and really enjoying it.
Hello.
Not watching all of TOS and TNG. Too much of a hassle.
Well, fortunately, I have a primer video on Depths of DS9 about what you should watch before you watch DS9. And so there's a few select TNG episodes that you can get into. So you don't have to watch the whole thing.
That's a fancy-looking bottle. Looks like it was taken from a lab somewhere. There's some kind of powder left on the bottom. I better not touch it. Could be dangerous.
Huh.
Come back, you thief. I'll show you not to mess with us.
Innsmouther, Fozzie Bear. Question for both of you.
Darn pests. Mayor, take them.
Top 5 games of the 90s. God.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
Casting a wide net there.
Hmm.
I mean, the 90s is like...
I hope Professor Westerbrook never learns about this.
Okay, let's see what we have here.
Thinking maybe it started here.
Professor Westerbrook never learns about this. Just a little bit more. Oh no.
And then this.
Darn
And he confronted
pests.
the guy on the stairs.
Mayor, take them. Come back, you thief.
Let's see.
I'll show you not to mess with us.
Good.
The man broke into the fish storage, poisoned the fish with an unknown substance, then made a noise which alerted the guard, who chased him out.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say that's too wide of a net.
I guess a way wide. That's like a whole video topic. I mean, some games that would feature on my list would be like Breath of Fire, would be MechWarrior 2, maybe
Wow.
Wolfenstein
It pierced a
3D,
good inch of solid wood like it was nothing.
Thief the Dark Project, System Shock 2.
Yeah, that was
Those
99.
kind of games, like those would be some that would come to mind.
For me, I would say Parasite Eve, System Shock 2 as well.
You dig up anything.
Original Silent Hill.
I sure did.
Oh yeah.
Turns out our friend here wasn't here to rob the place.
Super
Came to
Mario
poison the
World.
fish.
By the sea.
Donkey Kong Country.
Sure.
Yeah. The list is just too big.
Suggests, anyway.
Okay, this is horrible. Please don't tell Anna it was my fault, or she'll have me quartered.
I think you need to be truthful here.
Look, nothing personal, Daryl, but I need to tell Anna the truth.
Okay. All those people might suffer because I do what you must, Mr. Reed.
If it's that bad, maybe you should skip town, hide somewhere.
You don't understand, Mr. Reed. You can't hide from your own conscience.
See ya.
What about hiding from your own reflection? How's that going for you? All right, Mind Palace time.
Paul Denton, my pet, bred horribly, died today. He was toast.
Oh, dear God.
Ribbit. No, that's a fish. Stop it. Razor being specious again. Jag's Dino God. Tolkien. Poetic and beautiful. Long books that focused on world, characters, and adventure. Today's writers. Here's 2,000 pages of smut, cussing, pedestrian politics with third-grade writing.
Yep.
Mercenary
You know,
Exit.
and the first draft of The Long Moonlight had quite a bit of cussing in it. And I cut a lot of it out. I cut an awful lot of it out. And that really wasn't intentional. I didn't mean for it to be so profane. I was inspired for the two crime lords by Al Swearingen and Cy Tolliver, obviously, from Deadwood. And so I kind of was in Deadwood mode. So there was a bunch of swearing, and after I read it back, I was like, wow, this is like, whoa, totally inappropriate. Like, this is not, this doesn't even fit. So I cut a lot of that out. I think there's only one swear word in the whole freaking book as a result. And I don't think there are any swear words in the new one. Whoa! Hey, we're leaving! Good luck with all that.
Dr. Quantum Verse. Razor, there's a game you need to try out called Proteus. It's on Game Pass. It's an old school shooter like Doom.
What I've been playing lately, I don't know if you've seen this,
Huh.
Karen? Expeditions Rome. Have you played it at all?
I've heard of it.
It is fucking great. It's very Shadowrun, like, in terms of gameplay. Harebrained Scheme Shadowrun. Like turn-based RPG stuff. Really good. Turn-based strategy RPG. But it's set in ancient Rome, and you actually meet Julius Caesar and Marcus Tullius Cicero and Cato and all that stuff.
Dionysus, hello from Greece. Question, would you do a cinema of about 300? It's not really up our alley.
Not really, and I like Frank Miller, but 300 was never one of my favorite graphic novels of his.
Taryn, you didn't read my Streamlabs. You're next. Shush. Jesus. Mercenary X, I believe there won't be a midterm election because of how bad things are for the White House. And even if there is, there'll be massive cheating. Thunder Blackmore, good morning, folks. Just woke up. Still with a ringing in my ears from last night's audio assault from Diamond Head and Saxon.
Oh, hell yeah.
Fucking awesome show.
Dude, I'm wondering when KK's Priest is finally going to get out there. They've been waiting, like, since the pandemic started. Like, KK, get out of your fucking basement, buddy. Get on the road. The fuck?
He just talked about 300 DNSs. Matthew Hammond. Rob Manfred is at it again. The Braves, Dodgers, and possibly Yankees will go out in the division series after a week off. How lucky were we to have Bud Selig as MLB
crazy.
commissioner?
Like, man, and people hated Bud Selig when he was around, but when you look into how Rob Manfred got his... So for those who don't know, Rob Manfred is the head of Major League Baseball. When you look into how he got his position, basically he helped create and facilitate the narrative of steroids in baseball. He was the guy who was investigating all that. And basically in the process, he made Bud Selig look bad and expedite his resignation so that he could then become the new commissioner of baseball. That's essentially what happened. He's a politicking piece of shit. And a woke fucking bastard as well. His politics are fucking terrible. Just, ugh. And the rule changes next year. I cannot get behind any of them. The defensive shift being... the defensive shift has been going on since I first came back to baseball in, like, 2000, 2001. Right? The defensive shift has been a thing for fucking years. It's not killing baseball. I don't remember Barry Bonds, who's probably the most shifted single player in the history of baseball, ever bitching when the entire fucking team was off on one side of the field. It didn't seem to slow him down in his 70-plus home run season. Quit your bitching.
And last one, Tactical Furball. I've been inspired to make and throw art again. I'd like to carve out a small niche in that lost fandom. that isn't woke sexual BS. I'm also writing a book, Godspeed and Glory to the Iron Age.
Godspeed.
And that was the last one.
Sweet. Okay, well, that's probably a good place to call it. And I actually can save wherever the hell I want. So I'm gonna. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us on this makeup stream. We didn't stream yesterday, but we fucking made up for it with a stream of a fine game. If you enjoyed this Lovecraftian jaunt, let us know if you'd like us to continue the playthrough a little later. But I figured we weren't going to play it for Nightmare Arcade, so we might as well kick off Nightmare Arcade fucking early. For Terrangel, I'm RazörFist. God bless each and every fucking one of you, and God fucking speed!